Chapter 284. I want to focus purely on martial arts. After saying this, Lu Qing felt as if the dust in his heart had been swept away. Those social interactions, quarrels, trifles, and turbulent undercurrents were all not what he wanted. Being sincere to martial arts, to the people he loved, even if it was just holding textbooks and discussing topics, was much better than fighting for power. At the same time, he felt Mo Jingting's tense body soften. She smiled with a delicate voice and said, "Martial granduncle, what you said just now was wrong. Nowadays, professionalism is very important. There are professional managers and talented disciples in the company watching over them. The sect leader is just a general manager and a supervisor. How can he be so busy? He's also very free and leisurely." What does she mean? Which side is Mo Jingting on? What is she thinking? Or is she just saying it casually to diffuse the awkwardness? Lu Cheng was stunned. He was puzzled by the words of the sect leader's martial niece. Compared to her, his social experience was indeed too shallow. "You little girl, you can't even hear a word of truth from your mouth. How many companies have the sect developed until now? How many industries are involved? Just the supervision alone is enough to give me a headache. Besides, this is not the only thing. Within the sect, within the alliance, and in the Jianghu, there are many traps that need to be kept alert." Geezer sure snorted. He looked as if he had eaten more salt than she had eaten rice. These can also be assisted by people who are good at them. The sect leader is very leisurely. He only needs 3 to 4 hours of work every day. Mo Jingting answered with a smile. Geezer sure ignored her and turned to look at his silly disciple. "Don't rush to answer. Think carefully. Don't worry about external factors. If you're afraid of these little things, how can you survive in the Jianghu in the future? Don't think about other things. Just ask yourself what you really want. Someone once said that once you've tasted power, it's like being addicted to drugs. Don't make a decision blindly because you haven't experienced it." He said it casually, but the meaning behind his words made Mo Jingting stunned. She unconsciously frowned. Is this the spirit of a mighty one with physical invulnerability? Don't worry about external factors. With me here, it's not a problem. Yes, master. Lu Qing closed his eyes, reminiscing about the past, imagining some scenes he had seen on TV and heard from others. Geezer sure chuckled and said, "I won't say more about the benefits of being in charge of a sect. But if you choose to be an idle person, you won't have to stick to the Wuyue Club if you really have the chance to participate in the top professional competitions in the future." "Ah. How can I not participate in the Wuyue Club?" Lu Qing opened his eyes in surprise. Once he knew about the situation of the sect, he believed that joining the Wuyue Club would be a sure thing after he reached the high pin or even the physical invulnerability stage. How could he betray the sect? Geezer sure clicked his tongue and said, "The Wuyue Club is just an alliance, not a sect. We've done our duty by ensuring that there is one physical invulnerability expert representing the Wuyue Club in the top professional competitions. Other powers are willing to recruit guest elders. You don't teach your martial arts to outsiders, don't hold authority, and don't do things that are detrimental to the foundation of the Wuyue Club. Joining them is not a betrayal. There are precedents. However, sects like Daxing Temple and Shangqing Sect almost never invite guest elders. Like Yanzhao League and Longhu Club, there is no lack of foreign mighty ones. You can also marry into Shushan study. I don't mind. Marry into? Lu Qing wiped the cold sweat in his heart. He wanted to roll his eyes at his master. Marry into Shushan study. Mo Jingting's plump lips were half opened. She took a deep breath thoughtfully. At this point, Geezer sure sighed. Shangqing, Shushan, and Longhu Club are in charge of the restriction sect of Taoism. I've been eyeing it for many years. Sigh, the restriction sect, the head of the 5 sects' unique arts of Taoism, is in the hands of Shangqing Sect, Shushan Study, and Longhu Club? Lu Cheng had never heard of such a secret before. He blurted out, I thought part of it would be in the hands of the government. No wonder these three sects, regardless of their ups and downs, were always in the top 6 of the top forces. Gizershur looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. Longhu Club has caught up with the sects with a long history in more than 30 years. Who do you think is behind them? Oh, I see. Lu Qing didn't care about his master's look at all. He took out his phone and shared the news with Ku out of habit. I know. My grandpa and grandma have experienced it. The one in Shushan Studies' hands is called the Tai Ching chapter. Yenjika sent a blank emoji and shared the secret with her boyfriend. I just found out about Longhu Club. Sigh, I'm so ignorant. It's all my grandpa's fault. They rarely talk about this. Same. My master looked at me like I was an idiot just now. Lu Qing complained to his girlfriend. You are an idiot Cheng. You don't even know you're being flirted with. Yenjika snorted. It means I'm simple and honest. I only have my little fairy in my heart. Lu Qing said affectionately. After the conversation just now, Mo Jingting became silent and focused on driving. It was not until they got out of the ring road and turned into the winding mountain road that she regained her cheerfulness. She introduced with a smile, Junior uncle, nominally, the sect is still halfway up Mount Yanbing, but people rarely come back. There are hardly many people here unless there is a formal ceremony. However, it's very nice to come here for a holiday. It's especially good to avoid the heat in summer. Why? Lu Qing asked in confusion. Gizershur said impatiently, today is different from the past. A sect gathering in the wilderness, are they waiting to be bombed by missiles? Are they waiting to be wiped out? Mo Jingting laughed and added, the sect has an ice god building in the busiest business district in Moshang. All the daily affairs are done there. Normally, everyone lives in their own places. Only the junior brothers and sisters who haven't finished their apprenticeship are arranged together. Every year, they are locked up here to practice martial arts for a period of time. Moshang was the provincial capital of Wuyue. While listening to the introduction, Lu Qing was also reading the information provided by his little fairy, such as the famous disciples and their respective masters. When they were halfway up the mountain, he had a preliminary but relatively complete understanding of the ice god sect. He, Shinguotian, and his master, who was not well known, were the previous generation's 3 physical invulnerability elders. There were still a few Dan stage experts of the same generation, but their physical condition was much worse. There was no need for them to not fight. In his generation, there was senior sister Yuejian, a physical invulnerability expert. There were also 4 high-ranked Dan stage senior brothers and sisters who were in charge of different affairs in the sect, assisting the sect leader. There were also a dozen Dan stage peers who were basically managing the sect's businesses. In the next generation, the oldest was only in his 30s. Including Zhu Tai, there were 2 high-ranked ones and 10 low-ranked ones. Some entered the Wuyue Club to train with the physical invulnerability mighty ones, and some participated in professional competitions at other levels. One of the Wuyue Club's sects had more than 30 Dan stage experts, which showed how terrifying the top forces were. The Shengqing sect alone probably had more Dan stage experts than the whole Xing province. In the next generation, there were not many disciples, and most of them were underage. We're here, Mo Jingting announced in a light tone and parked the car outside the mountain gate. The nearby pine forest was like a sea, and the sound of waves brought a refreshing feeling in the hot summer. The mountain gate was carved out of a huge stone, ancient and simple, with the words, Ice God Sect, written on it. Let's go meet your sect leader uncle first. You'll officially become his disciple tomorrow. Gizershur got out of the car leisurely. Okay. Lu Qing followed obediently. Mo Jingting unbuckled her seatbelt, leaned over to the window, and said with a smile, Junior uncle, let's add each other on WeChat. We'll be fellow disciples in the future. My poor junior nephew will have to rely on you to take care of him. I don't use WeChat. Lu Qing declined politely. He had applied for WeChat, but no one around him used it, so he was too lazy to do it himself. Okay. Mo Jingting curled her lips and showed an aggrieved expression. She sat up straight and drove the car to the parking place. Gizershur stood beside them and quietly watched their conversation. Then, he clicked his tongue and said, "This girl is so cunning." When she was still in the sect, she made a bunch of senior brothers fall head over heels in love with her. In the end, none of them even touched her hand. "Master, it's not good for you to say that." Lu Cheng's mouth twitched. "You're an elder. How can you say that behind my back? What's not good about it? If they can do it, I can say it." Gizershur chuckled. "This girl has been in the entertainment industry for a few years now. She's getting more and more capable. Don't be fooled." "Master, don't worry. I'm not that kind of person." Lu Cheng replied calmly. "I only like girls like little fairies." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly received a message from an unknown number. "Young martial uncle, this is my phone number. Take care of me in the future. Your cute and pretty martial nephew, D." Lu Cheng shook his head. He only felt that this guy was a little annoying, so he casually saved the name martial nephew. Mo Gizershur didn't say anything else. He led Lu Cheng through the halls and rooms, past the patrolling disciples, and arrived at the place where the plaque, Ice Queen Pavilion, was hung. "Have you thought about what happened before?" Gizershur stopped here and asked again. He didn't hide his voice. "Master, my answer is still the same. I want to focus on martial arts." Lu Cheng answered seriously. With strength, there would naturally be corresponding benefits. There was no need to scheme and fight for power. Wouldn't it be better to live a simple and leisurely life? "Okay, let's go in." Gizershur led his disciple, pushed open the door, and walked in. Inside, an old man with sparse white hair was standing behind the desk. His cheeks were sagging, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were deep. At this moment, he smiled and greeted them. "Jiangwo, is this Lu Cheng?" "Jiangwo?" "Sure, Jiangwo. This is Master's name." Lu Cheng suddenly felt like laughing. Considering Master's age, this name is really unique. It just lacks the feeling of a master of a generation. The master of a generation, sure, Jiangwo. Gizershur glared at his disciple. "Yes, senior brother sect leader, this is my useless disciple." Chapter 285. He, the head of the Ice God's sect, burst into laughter. "If he is a good-for-nothing, what about the other disciples?" Lu Cheng took a step forward while the two elders were talking and said respectfully, "Nice to meet you, martial uncle sect leader." Good. The wrinkles at the corners of He Yi's eyes unfolded layer by layer. "I've seen your last 2 matches. You've reached more than level 8 in 1 year. You've even reached level 7. In the history of our Ice God sect, you're already very rare." "Well, martial uncle sect leader seems to be more cultured than master," Lu Cheng said with a smile. "I can't reach professional 7th pin in a year, so I don't plan to attend the ranking event in October. I plan to attend it in April next year." The reason why he was able to defeat Zhang Zhutong and Han Zhifei was mainly because he didn't show his true strength in the beginning, causing his opponents to misjudge him. With a bit of luck and a bit of quick-wittedness, he barely managed to win the youth tournament. Through these 2 matches, others could basically figure out his general situation. In this case, if he attended the ranking event of professional 7th pin in October, he would have less than a 50% chance of winning. He'd better consolidate his foundation and break through the limits of the human body and register at the end of April or early May next year. Of course, the premise was that he didn't change much by squeezing the Gene Dan to improve his supernatural ability. He nodded slightly and praised him. "Very good. You're not in a hurry, unlike your master who was impulsive when he was young." "I'm full of youthful spirit," the white-haired Gizershur retorted. He shook his head and smiled. 3 years old can tell the difference. Well, you take Marshal nephew Lu to the Songtao Pavilion. Tomorrow morning at 9:15 a.m. He'll formally become your disciple. At this point, he looked at Lu Cheng and said, tomorrow is just a formality. You are now an official disciple of our sect. This is also your home, so you don't have to be too restrained. If you have nothing to do at night, you can walk around and interact with your fellow disciples. Hee, don't be too afraid of strangers. He deliberately emphasized the word friendly, as if he was making a final decision. But don't get close to the Tingxian Pavilion, so as not to disturb the guests from Haishi sect, Dinghai sect, and Hanqi. He added. There are guests. Lu Qing blurted out in surprise. Wouldn't this seem too solemn? Our sects are united, and that's why we're in this situation today. They came here with good intentions, so we can't stop them, right? He replied meaningfully. Hey, we old guys are here. Let's just watch the ceremony. What can happen? Gizershur said grumpily, I'll take this brat to the Songtao Pavilion. He nodded. Go ahead. If you're too tired, it's fine to meet your fellow disciples tomorrow. After watching the two of them leave the Ice Queen Pavilion, a well-built man came down the stairs. His hair was black, and his skin was wrinkle-free. He didn't look to be in his 40s, but his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of time. Master, isn't this apprenticeship ceremony a little too solemn? The man frowned and asked. He chuckled. Solemn? If it's just a professional 7th or 8th pin disciple, there's no need to be so solemn. But this is a disciple who reached professional 8th pin or even professional 7th pin within a year, and he's not even 20 yet. You heard the conversation between him and your martial uncle sure. Your little junior brother doesn't like to meddle in things. Xianlong, don't think too much. Don't play tricks in the dark and ruin the atmosphere in the sect. You'll be mocked by the Ocean West Gate and the Dinghai sect. This was Yang Xianlong, the eldest disciple in charge of the daily affairs of the Ice God sect. He was a professional 4th pin dance stage expert in his 50s. His brows were still furrowed, and he said worriedly, words don't mean anything, do you want me to sign a document? Since they said so, in front of me, they definitely won't go back on their words before I can move. He shook his head. Tell Lei Feng that if he can become a physical invulnerability expert, it'll be his. No one can take it away from him. If he can't get what's not his. In the martial arts sect, strength is the foundation of everything. We can squeeze 1 or 2 people away with connections and outside help, but we can't squeeze out everyone else. Yes, master. Yang Xianlong lowered his head and answered. He turned and left the Ice Queen Pavilion. He stood in the cold room for a long time before he sighed. The scenery in the Songtao Pavilion was great. When he opened the window on the 2nd floor, he could see a sea of trees swaying in the wind. Don't go out tonight. Have a good rest. Tomorrow, after the formal apprenticeship ceremony, you can come to my place. I've got the visualization diagram of Zhu Rong Force. Gizershur carried the 4 bottles of original proof spirits in his hands and then disappeared in a flash. He was enjoying himself happily. Zhu Rong Force? Lu Chen was excited and full of expectation. Having been on the move all the way, his mind was a little tired. He laid on the bed and chatted with his little fairy, chatting idly with his classmates, and browsing the forums and Weibo at the same time. He was living a leisurely life, without the slightest intention of going out to make friends with his fellow disciples. Half a day of leisure. After eating the dinner sent by the servant, he took out the computer in his bag and planned to play games before the video chat with Yan Zhika. Who is a guest at someone's house? Who wants a game? If not, I'll ask later. He sent a message in the university dormitory group and high school friend group. Kai Xiaoming laughed. When we were short of hands, you were either with Yan Zhika or in the challenge tournament. Now that you have nothing to do, you want to play games with us. Love is not something you can buy whenever you want. At least treat us to a seafood meal. Brother Cheng, Master Cheng, it's 600,000 yuan. See this money? I bought a gift for Ku. Why should I treat you to a seafood meal? Lu Qing sent a picture of throwing money. It was quite interesting to bicker with Casanova every day. Ugh! You're getting more and more disgusting. How dare you call yourself Ku? Kai Zongming made a vomiting gesture. And your fingers are getting more nimble and faster. It's boring to play with you, of course it's boring to be abused all the time, I'm already controlling myself. I don't dare to use my full strength. Otherwise, the screen will be broken. Lu Qing laughed with arms akimbo. By the way, Casanova, how's your training during the summer vacation? Ha, I'm invincible in our small city. Okay, I won't brag. I think it's not a problem to dominate our community. I think I've improved a lot. I think I'm at least of amateur second or third pin. Kai Zongming answered with uncertainty. While the two of them were chatting, Kai Zongming's dormitory mate, Qin Mo, the local rich second generation of Songcheng, appeared. Perfect, perfect. Since both of you are here, vote for me. One phone number can give 10 votes. What votes? Lu Qing asked casually. A selection. Vote for my Jingting. Qin Mo sent a link. It was a vote for Mo Jingting in a music show. F***CK. Why didn't I see that a beast like you would chase after stars? Every time they talked about this, Kai Zongming would make a sarcastic remark to show his true colors. Qin Mo replied with a bleak expression, everyone has a white moonlight in their heart. I just happened to be hit by her. F***CK off. Jingting is mine. Old Qiu also showed up and played the part. Zhao Cheng, the scholar, sighed helplessly. It's the nth degree season again. We can only help a little. Lu Qing couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw everyone making a racket. In the past, I quite liked Mo Jingting's TV shows and songs. But now, she doesn't seem to match her image at all. It's better to hear about her than to meet her in person. Before he could say anything, Jiang Fei responded. They formed a team and started to play games. When Yan Zhike returned home and turned on the computer, Lu Qing pretended to be offline and tricked his teammates. Just as he was enjoying the video chat, he suddenly received a message from Martial Nephew Mo, young martial uncle, isn't the scenery of the sect beautiful at night? Oh, intersection, oh, not beautiful. F***CK off. Lu Qing complained in his heart. He put his phone aside and continued the video chat. He planned to reply when he was free. Then, he forgot about it. On the second floor of Tingxian Pavilion, a well-proportioned woman with shoulder-length straight hair was admiring the sea of pine trees at night. Senior sister, why do you think Master asked us to come here to watch the ceremony? Their elders are here. We can't do anything since we can't beat them. A baby-faced young man came out of the room. The woman with shoulder-length straight hair laughed. Master's purpose is very simple. Since we're here and we're standing there, there's a comparison. 25-year-old high rank and 22-year-old rank 6. This is the comparison. But that Lu Qing reached 7th pin in 1 year. That's quite impressive. The baby-faced young man spread his hands helplessly and started to browse Weibo. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw a hot news. Xing Province Young Martial Artist Record, 4 Heavenly Sons. And the one with the most likes below was, how can they be called Heavenly Sons? In my opinion, only Peng Liyun and Ren Li are in this generation. Chapter 286. Some mocked him, while others supported him. The one with the most likes was, even professional 8th pin or even professional 7th pin after 1 year of martial arts training can't impress you guys? I, Zhao Ritian, admit defeat. While there were supporters, there were also rebuttals. The number of likes followed closely behind the previous one. For the real gods favored one pin a year before physical invulnerability is the norm. And there will always be a period of time where one can surpass others by 2 or even 3 pins in a year. Lu Cheng has only shown his momentum and potential for now. He hasn't shown his ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with Peng Liyun and Ren Li. So what if he's only been practicing martial arts for 1 year? Although Peng Liyun was chosen by Shangqing sect at a young age, he only went through the basic training before his body matured. He started to practice when he was about 16 or 17 years old. And he was already professional 8th pin Dan stage in his early 18 years. The brother in the previous one said it well. Peng Liyun should be at the stage of surpassing others. In the finals of the university martial arts competition in April, he showed fighting strength close to professional 6th pin. In the finals next year, maybe he can reach the inhuman stage and enter the high-rank Dan stage. In that case, Lu Cheng and Lin Ke will be suppressed until he graduates. Ren Li also showed strength of professional 7th pin in the finals in April. And don't forget, she started school early and skipped grades. She is actually 1 year younger than Peng Liyun, which is the same as Lu Cheng. Half a year has passed. With her speed of improvement, she will definitely reach professional 6th pin before the end of the year. Can you not use exclamation marks so much? Can't you speak properly? I, Yi Liangchen, am not convinced. Under these replies, there was a repost and comment by a famous internet celebrity. The name of this famous internet celebrity was Superstitious Thoughts Are Not Allowed, and famous commentator He Xiaowei. He wrote a long post on Weibo at great length. I won't participate in the debate. I'll just talk about the 4 heavenly sons in my mind. According to the standard of Xing Province Youth Tournament, martial artists under the age of 26, Mr. Clown, I'm sorry. Don't look at me like that. I'll have nightmares. You're just 1 year older than me. First of all, it's a non-human creature. Just like how there are 4 heavenly kings, there should be 4 heavenly sons as well. And this non-human creature is the reincarnated living Buddha of Daxing Temple, Shi Shan. Although he looks like Lu Huan, a 20-year-old physical invulnerability expert is already one of the top 3 in the history of martial arts. More importantly, he just turned 22. The first heavenly son, Zhi Hai, a first-generation disciple of Daxing Temple, is a white-robed monk. He's not affected by the existence of the reincarnated living Buddha. He successfully reached the physical invulnerability stage last year when he was only 23 years old. The second heavenly son, Peng Liyun, a direct disciple of Shangqing sect, is an unusual genius. He's good at daydreaming, thinking about life. According to reliable sources, he defeated 3 professional 6th pin masters in a row in the internal competition of Shangqing sect a month ago. In other words, at the age of 20, he's not even a junior yet, but he's 80 to 90% sure that he'll get a professional 6th pin certificate. If there's no accident, it won't be difficult for him to reach the professional 4th pin level before he graduates. Of course, if he wants to catch up with Zhi Hai, he'll have to put in more effort and have better luck. Otherwise, it's almost impossible for him to reach the physical invulnerability stage within a year. The third heavenly son, Ren Li of Kongtong School, just celebrated her 19th birthday on July 7th. She's a little younger than Lu Cheng. In the first half of the year, she's already at the top of professional 7th pin. It won't be difficult for her to reach the professional 6th pin level before the end of the year. She'll definitely reach the high pin level by graduation. Similarly, if she wants to reach the physical invulnerability stage at 23 and surpass Zhi Hai, she'll have to work harder. She has a nice nickname, Morning Star. She also has a very friendly nickname, Little Li. The 4th heavenly son is still to be determined. Why is it still to be determined? And Chaoyang from Huahai is almost in his senior year and is still trying to reach the professional 6th pin certificate. However, Queen of Thought from Xinghai Club chose him to join Xinghai Club and said that he's a genius who can be recorded in the history of martial arts. We have to believe in the vision of this peerless expert who has won 20 titles in her lifetime. Maybe there's something special about An Chaoyang, but he hasn't shown it yet. Once the sleeping tiger wakes up, he'll be very scary. Zhen Huanqing from Guangnan used to be in the limelight. Currently, he's at the top of professional 7th pin. However, it's said that he indulged himself because of his talent and wasted the best time. He doesn't have much potential to go further. In my opinion, he might not even be able to beat Li Xiaoyuan from the same team in the final round of the National University Martial Arts competitions next year, let alone Lu Cheng, who's so strong now and is catching up with Peng Ren. In other words, there are many strong contenders for the position of the 4th Heavenly Sun. However, they all have their own problems. They're either not mature enough, not in good condition, or only have potential. Therefore, we have to observe them for another year and a half to be determined. Candidates: An Chaoyang from Huahai, Zhen Huanqing from Guangnan, Li Xiaoyuan from Li Xiaoyuan, Lu Cheng from Songcheng, Lin Ke from Songcheng, Zhirong from Shanbei, Taoist Qing Song from Mount Shu. The last heavenly son will definitely be born from them. These are all people who are expected to reach the high pin before the age of 22. On the second floor of the Tingxian Pavilion, the baby-faced young man read the long Weibo carefully. He saw the various discussions below and the suggestions of other candidates. He smiled bitterly. A 22-year-old professional 6th pin like me isn't even qualified to be mentioned or compared, ah? The woman with shoulder-length straight hair took the phone from her junior brother and looked at it again. In the end, she said with a bit of indignation and bitterness, a 25-year-old high pin like me isn't qualified. Why do these people on the internet always like to compare martial artists? Where there are people, there are comparisons. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a professional challenge tournament. Forget it, senior sister. We don't have to compete. The one who can reach the physical invulnerability stage will be the final winner. The baby-faced young man sighed. After this incident, he was not interested in tomorrow's ceremony. He didn't even have the energy to show that his sect had a successor and suppress Lu Cheng's limelight. How should I say it? Although I'm stronger than Lu Cheng right now, Lu Cheng has only been practicing martial arts for a year and is younger than me by 2 years. More importantly, Lu Cheng is qualified to be compared with Peng Liyun and Ren Li. My name won't appear on such an occasion at all. Who is the one suppressing whom? Sigh. I hope Lei Fang and the others can make some trouble tomorrow. The woman with shoulder-length straight hair also lost interest. In the Songtao Pavilion, Lu Cheng was having a video call with Yan Zhika. The girl had taken a shower and changed into a nightgown. Her bare skin was whiter than snow. Her cheeks were rosy and tender. He wished he had the supernatural ability to transform into electric waves and crawl out of his girlfriend's computer screen through optical fibers. Then, he would hug her tightly and kiss her fiercely. Why is it more and more like a horror movie? Lu Cheng stopped thinking about it and continued to talk to Yan Zhika about his master's question. This is good. I don't need to socialize too much and I don't need to worry about too many things. My status is also very high. This is the status I dream of. Yan Zhika said with sparkling eyes. She agreed with her boyfriend's choice very much. The longer the relationship between two people, the more important it was to have the same values. In this way, even if your fellow disciples don't like you, they won't show any unfriendly behavior. Tomorrow, you will follow Coach Shi's arrangement. With him, you won't lose out and nothing will happen to you. The girl's voice was slightly raised. She was in a good mood. At this moment, her phone rang. Yan Zhika opened it and blurted out, Cheng, Shuang said that the preview of the recording of the 4 Heavenly Sons was posted on Weibo. Really? Let me have a look. Lu Cheng picked up the phone and unlocked the screen. He realized that he had forgotten to reply to Mo Jingting's message. Forget it. It's been so long. There's no need to reply. He thought in an open-minded manner. He lowered his head and browsed the comments. His actions were in sync with Yan Zhika's. After reading for a while, Yan Zhika raised her head and opened her mouth. She asked worriedly, Cheng, don't mind what those keyboard warriors said. You haven't been practicing martial arts for long. You can't change some people's deep-rooted ideas. Look, my cousin is such a proud person. After watching your experience in the youth tournament, he was stimulated and trained harder. I'm not angry. Just a little bit. In fact, I'm quite happy. Lu Cheng's expression was not clouded. He smiled gently and peacefully. Ah. Yan Zhika blinked her eyes. Lu Cheng smiled slightly. Think about it. Half a year ago, I wasn't even qualified to be compared with Renli and Peng Liyun. Now, I'm placed next to their names. What's there to be dissatisfied and unhappy about? Besides, there's only motivation when there's a goal. His words made Yan Zhika's eyes light up. She secretly sighed with emotion. Unknowingly, Cheng had grown to such a level. Not only in martial arts, but also in many other aspects. Thinking back to last year, it really felt like a long time. The next morning, Lu Cheng got up on time and practiced outside the Songtao Pavilion even though he was going to formally become a disciple in the morning. When it was almost 7:00, from the corner of his eye, he saw Mo Jingting in a dark blue martial arts suit running towards him. He heard her greeting him in high spirits. Good morning, junior martial uncle. You're also used to morning exercises. What a coincidence. She didn't mention the text message last night. Morning. Lu Cheng didn't respond and focused on his own practice. As for Mo Jingting's attitude, he specifically asked his little fairy last night. According to Yan Zhika, after he expressed his attitude to the sect leader, she still wanted to come over. There was only one truth. That was, she wanted to make some emotional investment in her junior uncle, who had great potential and a bright future. It was best to make their relationship more ambiguous so that in the future, she could use his power to intimidate others. This was a common tactic used by many women in the entertainment circle. Seeing Lu Cheng's indifference, Mo Jingting carefully followed the rules. She didn't watch her junior uncle practice and ran away from the Songtao Pavilion. The farther she went, the less smile she had on her face. She secretly gritted her teeth, took out her phone, and changed junior uncle to impotence in the contact list. After thinking for a while, she changed it to monk. At 9:00 in the morning, Lu Cheng took a bath and burned incense. He changed into the dark blue martial arts suit of the Ice God sect and followed two reception disciples through several buildings to the outside of the Ice God Palace. In the main hall, there were two statues in the front. One was the nominal founder of the Ice God sect, Ice Queen, and the other was the actual founder of the Ice God sect, Endless Ice Yang Qinghui. Beside the two statues were memorial tablets, which were the ancestors of the Ice God sect. In front of the incense table, on the left stood the head of the sect, He Yi, and on the right stood Lu Cheng's master, Shi Jiangwo. In order, first were the elders, then the disciples, and finally the guests. Just by setting up such a formation, a solemn and serene atmosphere was created. Chapter 287. Standing outside the hall, Lu Cheng scanned the faces and matched them with the photos Yan Zhika found. At the front of the elders, the short and strong middle-aged man was Shen Guotian, one of the three elders of physical invulnerability. He seemed to take better care of himself than the sect leader and Lu Cheng's master. That strong man with black hair without any wrinkles should be the eldest martial brother of this generation, Yang Xianlong. He was the one with real power in the Ice God sect. When martial uncle He Yi's energy was gradually declining, he was almost the acting sect master. The only woman with a seat other than the elders was definitely Lu Cheng's senior sister, Shi Yuejian. She had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a gentle temperament. Although she was in her 30s, she looked like she was in her mid-20s. Sensing Lu Cheng's gaze, she looked back and nodded with a smile. Among the next generation of disciples, Yang Xianlong's second disciple, Zhu Tai, was at the front on the right. He was a 29-year-old fifth pin mighty one. If he were in the martial arts circle or in Xing province, where martial arts were not very prosperous, he would definitely be the center of attention. However, he was wearing full-frame black-rimmed glasses, which made him look unusually quiet. Lu Qing found that his glasses had no degree at all. It seemed that they were more of a window to cover the soul. In front of him was Lei Fong, who had a chiseled face. This highly anticipated disciple had an ordinary appearance, but he was exceptionally spirited. He was brimming with confidence and vitality. When he walked on the road, he would definitely attract more attention than many handsome guys. At this time, he was also sizing him up. His gaze was quite complicated. Beside Lei Fong, Mo Jingting looked around with a charming smile on her face. From time to time, she would whisper something into her junior brother's ear. Her volume was just right, so it didn't affect the atmosphere in the hall at all. Looking around, Lu Qing had a rough idea of what was going on. Most of the sex experts in Dan's stage and above who could make it back had already made it back, which was a show of respect to the sect. As for the disciples below Dan's stage, there were too many of them to accommodate all of them. Therefore, only a dozen or so were sent as representatives. Among the guests, Lu Qing saw two people that Coach Yan had specially emphasized. Spear King Huang Ke's two proudest disciples, the 25-year-old 5th pin Dan stage Sheng Yu and the 22-year-old 6th pin Dan stage Qian Chiyue, were both good-looking and good-looking. They were pleasing to the eye and were sizing him up with interest. Those from the Dinghai sect and the Hanqi sect were all in their 30s. They were polite and distant. As for the other guests, Lu Qing didn't recognize any of them. He guessed that they were representatives of sects that were on good terms with him. While he was observing the people in the hall from the corner of his eyes, sect leader He Yi left his position and walked to the front of the incense table. He respectfully bowed to the ancestors, then straightened his back and shouted loudly, "Please use the ice essence bead." Ice essence bead? Last night, Lu Qing had especially crammed himself with relevant knowledge from the little fairy girl. His spirits were lifted, and he held his breath. It was said that this bead was formed when the founder of the sect, Yang Qinghui, passed away in meditation. It was full of mysteries and was the sect's most precious treasure. While he was thinking, he saw a faint blue light shining on the incense table, making it look cold and dreamy. He Yi took out a translucent bead the size of half a fist from a secret compartment under the statue. It seemed to be condensed from pure blue light, and scenes of a world of ice and snow appeared inside it. Zheng Yu and Qian Chiyue stared at it without blinking. Normally, the ice essence bead wouldn't be here, so it wasn't easy to see it. However, Lu Qing was stunned because this ice essence bead was somewhat similar to the Jin Dan in his body. However, it didn't give off the feeling of being both material and spiritual. What on earth is it? He placed the ice essence bead in the middle of the incense table, turned around, and announced the start of the ceremony. Lu Qing collected his thoughts and followed the order. He stepped into the hall with his head held high and walked to 1 meter in front of the incense table. "Greetings to the ancestors," Yang Xianlong shouted. Lu Qing respectfully followed the order. He first kowtowed 3 times and then lit 3 incense sticks. During this process, he was a little nervous. According to the development of some novels, the Jin Dan in his body might trigger the ice essence bead and create a strange phenomenon that would shock everyone and slap them in the face. Fortunately, such a thing didn't happen. If it did, it would mean that the Jin Dan could actively communicate with the outside world without him activating it. That would be a big problem. "Greetings to the masters," Yang Xianlong continued to sing. Lu Qing thought about how his master worked so hard to get the visualization diagram of Zhurong force without asking for anything in return. He didn't resist and kowtowed again. The ceremony is complete. Disciple Lu Qing offers the tea. After shouting, Yang Xianlong took a step back and returned to the line. Lu Qing picked up the tea from the hands of the martial nephew beside him and offered it to Gizershur with both hands. When the tea entered the range of the blue light of the ice essence bead, the temperature dropped rapidly and a thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of the water. Gizershur took the tea and took a sip. He laughed and said, "Hurry up and greet the sect leader." Disciple Lu Qing greets the sect leader. Lu Qing turned to He Yi. He took out a glittering ice crystal card and said with a smile, "You're now the 27th disciple of the sect leader. You are now the 27th generation disciple of our sect. According to the rules, you don't have a position in the sect and you don't get any subsidies. However, with this card, you can receive free cultivation elixirs and materials from our sect and Wuyue Club's pharmacy. 1 set per month." Sure enough, martial arts sects keep up with the times. In TV series, they still have tokens and so on. In reality, they have developed to membership cards. Lu Cheng's soul of ridicule flared up. He held back his laughter, took the card, and thanked the sect leader. The process of apprenticeship was completed. He began to introduce him to his fellow disciples. Zheng Yu and Qian Qiyue, who were watching the ceremony, looked at Lei Fang, as if they were waiting for a good show. However, what surprised them was that Lei Fang, who was always headstrong and arrogant, was so well behaved that he didn't even make a verbal attack. On the contrary, Mo Jingting kept smiling and seemed to be very familiar with Lu Cheng. Just as they were wondering what happened behind the scenes, Gizershur coughed twice and said, "Brat, let's go." "Let's go." Lu Cheng let out an, and looked at his master in surprise. He just finished introducing his fellow disciples. Wasn't there supposed to be an apprenticeship ceremony? You have already paid your respects to the ancestral master and your fellow disciples. Why are you still here? Gizershur didn't say more. He walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. At this time, the sun outside dimmed and lead clouds gathered. A cold wind blew between heaven and earth, covering all the characteristics of summer. This. Zheng Yu and Qian Qiyue turned to look at Shi Jiangwo. They felt that he had a certain degree of connection with the surrounding nature even though he didn't release his momentum. The wind blew harder into the hall, making Lu Cheng shiver. Following his master's order and Ko Qian's advice, he turned around and walked out of the hall, catching up with Gizershur who was walking slowly forward. Today, I'm following my master. I'll do whatever he says. Even if the sky falls, there's a tall one to hold it up. Shi Yuejian frowned and sighed helplessly. She took a step forward and followed him. Whoosh! The wind whistled and white snowflakes gathered and floated down. Zheng Yu reached out her hand and caught one. She felt a slight chill and saw real snowflakes. The snow was falling more and more fiercely. The trees were white and the earth was old. The snow piled up on the roofs of houses and covered the entire ice god sect. At the beginning of August, it was the height of summer. Even if it was cool halfway up the mountain, it was only relatively cool. But now, at this moment, here, it was freezing cold and there was a violent snowstorm. Qian Qiyue stared blankly as if he was in a dream. But the coldness on his face and the snow in his hands were so real. He looked at his senior sister next to him in shock and saw the same shock in Zheng Yu's eyes. Even his own master couldn't do this. Mo Jingting, Lei Fang, and the others froze and shivered involuntarily. They suddenly thought of a rumor in the sect: senior granduncle was one of the few strong masters and had a chance to enter the forbidden area. Unfortunately, is this the horror of his full strength? Lu Cheng looked around and was also shocked. Stepping on the squeaking snow, he followed his master and senior sister out of the sect in the vast expanse of snow. The world was white and so clean. He stood there and looked at the scene in a daze. Suddenly, he understood what his junior brother wanted to say. It's not that he couldn't fight, but he didn't want to and disdained to fight. Chapter 288. Born in the South, Lu Cheng grew up in the South and studied in the South. In the first 19 years of his life, Lu Cheng had only seen snow a few times. It was not until he went to Yanling for the Warrior Sage Challenge tournament that he realized what a world of ice and snow and a sky full of goose feathers meant. However, compared to the current scene, the memory of that time paled in comparison. In just over a minute, at least 5 centimeters of snow had accumulated under his feet. Once he stepped on it, his footprints would appear and squeak. He was surrounded by a vast expanse of white. Except for the snow and the wind, he could barely see more than a few meters away. He subconsciously wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the cold wind poured in and the snow filled his mouth. His words were forcibly stopped. Practicing martial arts to such a level, he was really a living immortal. No wonder masters said that many ancient myths and legends originated from the deeds of tyrannical martial artists. I don't know when I can have such strength. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he followed his master and senior sister and walked out of the sect in the snow-white and clean world. He came to a nearby parking lot and saw cars covered in thick frost. Shi Yuejian raised her right hand and waved it forward, making the wind stronger. It whistled and blew her car clean. It was a beautiful four-seater sedan with a brand that Lu Qing didn't recognize. She opened the back door and watched her father get in. Then she said angrily, "If you want to cough, just cough it out." Shi smiled and wanted to say something, but what came out of his mouth was a series of violent coughs. He was hoarse, which made Lu Cheng's scalp numb and full of worry. At the same time, he felt that the mood of endless wind and snow was interrupted. The fluttering goose feathers began to slow down and become fewer and fewer. Senior sister, is master okay?" he blurted out. Shi Yuejian took a breath and sighed faintly. "He won't die yet." Speaking of this, she showed a soft and helpless smile. "Your master is the most prideful. His body is already in such a state, but he still made such a big scene. He has plenty of ways to protect you. Cough, I'm fine. I am not as stupid as your junior brother. I secretly, borrowed a little, of the power of the ice essence bead." Shi defended himself stubbornly. He seemed to have recovered. Lu Qing heaved a sigh of relief. "Master, it's good that you've recovered. Take a rest first. I'll be right there." Putting aside his worries, he walked to the other side of the car and took out his phone. He clicked on the camera function of QQ and recorded the scene in the snowstorm. Then he sent the video to Yanjika section by section. The corners of Shi Yuejian's mouth twitched as she watched. "I don't understand young people these days. If it were me back then, how would I have the mood to take photos or videos after such a huge shock? Cough, I don't understand either." Shi tilted his head and looked through the car window with his mouth half open at his silly disciple who was concentrating on taking notes. Without his support, the snowflakes became thinner and thinner, and the storm became softer and softer. Dozens of seconds later, the dark clouds dispersed and the scorching sun reappeared, shining on the cold and snowy ice god sect. Lu Qing stopped recording, patted his head and clothes, and brushed off the snowflakes. Then he returned to Shi Yuejian's car and smiled shyly. "Senior sister, I was impulsive just now. Sorry to keep you waiting. You don't have to be so polite. You're my father's first disciple, my first junior brother. I'll protect you no matter what. It's not good to be so distant. Just treat me as your sister." Shi Yuejian replied with a gentle smile and pointed to the car door. "Let's go up first. We'll talk on the way." "Okay." Lu Cheng was influenced by her attitude and his tone became lighter. He sat beside his master and closed the door. Shi Yuejian started the car and drove to the mountain road. It took less than 4 minutes from the gathering of the dark clouds to the clearing of the snow. At this time, in a black car, a man who was addicted to playing with his phone raised his head and shook his neck to relax his cervical vertebrae. Suddenly, his line of sight froze on the snow-white ground and trees outside. "What's this?" The man subconsciously unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and walked out. He found that his beloved car was also covered in a thick layer of snow. A few children who came out of nowhere were happily piling strange snow dolls on the front of the car. The man picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, wife, what's the date today? What month is it? Why the hell am I so confused?" In the Ice God Palace, the guests looked at each other and didn't say anything for a long time. Zheng Yu seized the last moment to take a photo and record it. She then sent it to her master's email. Then, she walked out of the hall and found a secluded place. Under Qian Qiue's watchful eyes, she made a call. A deep and magnetic voice came out. What happened in the Ice God sect? If there wasn't anything important, the two mature disciples wouldn't have specially called. Master, please check your inbox. I recorded a video and took a picture. Even Elder Shi Zhengwo of the Ice God sect showed his power to us and his disciples. Zheng Yu hadn't completely calmed down yet, so her words were a little messy. Spear King Huang Ke didn't ask more. He said in a deep voice, "Good, I'm beside the computer." Although he was in his 40s, he still had to learn how to operate a computer when he started to need it in every aspect of his life. Hearing the click of the mouse, Zheng Yu patiently waited for her master's comment. After a while, after an inexplicable silence, Huang Ke said in a low voice, "The rumors were true." In the quiet sedan car, Lu Qing suddenly heard breathing that sounded like snoring. He quickly turned his head and found that his master had fallen asleep. He seemed very tired. "Senior sister, is master's health not good?" Lu Qing asked in a low voice. He knew that Shi Yuejian could hear him clearly. Shi Yuejian smiled bitterly. "You could say that it's not good. Otherwise, why would I restrict a physical invulnerability expert from drinking? But sometimes, when I think about how old he is and how his body is in this state, if he still has to give up his hobby, it would be meaningless for him to live. So, I just turn a blind eye." She rambled on for a long time before adding, "My dad is only 3 years older than your headmaster. A mighty one with physical invulnerability at his age wouldn't look like he's in his 70s or 80s without some special reasons. It's normal to look like Uncle Shen with some white hair." "Ah. Master is just in his 60s. Then why does martial uncle sect leader look so old?" Lu Qing asked in confusion. Shi Yuejian was amused. "That's because martial uncle sect leader is already very old. He's the eldest disciple of that generation, almost 30 years older than my father. He just celebrated his 90th birthday last year. Besides, he has to worry about sect affairs and work hard, so he ages faster than normal physical invulnerability experts." Then she sighed and said, "When my father entered the sect, martial uncle sect leader was already a physical invulnerability expert. He was almost the one who taught the younger disciples. He's half a disciple and half a disciple. If it's not a matter of principle, my father won't argue with him." She gave her junior brother a reminder. "If that's the case, Yang Xianlong shouldn't be the eldest disciple of the sect leader. Maybe his former disciple was sacrificed in that war-torn era." While thinking, Lu Qing asked tentatively, "Is it because master was injured?" "Well, don't ask too much about this. When it's time for you to know, you'll know," Shi Yuejian replied softly. What kind of injury could cause a physical invulnerability expert's body to collapse and not be able to recover? What kind of expert was capable of inflicting such a terrifying injury? Lu Cheng's thoughts fluctuated, and he actually felt somewhat shaken to the core. "Can it be cured? Is there a way?" he asked with concern. He had to develop himself in the direction where he could contribute his meager strength. Shi Yuejian shook her head slightly and said, "Not yet. We've tried many times but failed. I hope the military's latest research will come out soon. And maybe those seniors who are trying to find another way from cultivation can come up with something." "Cultivation?" Lu Cheng was lost in thought. He felt like he had seen the light but couldn't find the direction. "Let's not talk about this. Anyway, my father can live for another 7 or 8 years. Maybe there will be a way by then." Shi Yuejian changed the topic and talked about various anecdotes in the sect to lighten the mood. At this time, Yan Zhika replied to the previous video. "What's wrong? Why is it snowing in June?" "No, it's snowing in August. Cheng, you're formally apprenticing yourself to a master, not to seek redress," she joked playfully and added a blank face emoji to show her confusion. The Ice God sect was not on the top of the mountain. Even if it was, there wouldn't be snow in this season given the height of Yanbing Mountain. With both hands on the keyboard, Lu Qing summarized everything that had happened. With the video as a reference, it was pretty vivid. Coach sure is so powerful. Yenjika sent a dumbfounded emoji. Even my grandpa can't do this. She only mentioned her grandpa and didn't mention her grandma. It seemed that she thought her grandpa was more powerful. Lu Qing thought for a while and said, I've seen a video of Warrior Sage. He seemed to be able to do something similar, but not Brutal Blizzard. Yes, I've seen it too. So, Dragon King should be able to do it too. Qing, you've got a great master. Yenjika replied with surprise and joy. Then she sent a scratching head emoji. But Coach Shi's body seems to be not very good. Well, it said that he was injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to teach us in the university. Lu Qing sent a sighing emoji. This might be fate's arrangement. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and he received a message from Martial Nephew Mo. Martial Granduncle's strength is really terrifying. I can't believe my eyes. Lu Qing wasn't afraid of Mo Jingting. He wouldn't avoid her like she was a snake or a scorpion. He didn't even dare to reply to her text messages. He just wanted to keep a distance from her. Furthermore, he didn't like to have any kind of relationship with scheming people. So, he just replied politely, I'm also shocked. Junior Martial Uncle finally replied to me. Hee, I thought you changed your phone number. Mo Jingting responded quickly. Lu Qing glanced at the message and ignored it. He continued to chat with his senior sister and Yenjika. In his spare time, he browsed the forum and looked at the active territories of his family. Eternal Nightfall and Brahman were quite positive about the Weibo post of the 4 heavenly suns. Lu Cheng's increase in strength made them feel like they were in a dream. They were not used to it and felt that it was better to be modest. Unknowingly, the sedan came to the place where Geezer Shi got in the car yesterday, Shi Yuejian's house. Back in those days, I didn't blush or pant when I did such a thing. Geezer Shi woke up on time and sighed. I'm old now. Chapter 289. Geezer Shi sighed and was about to roll down the car window to take a breath of fresh air when he noticed Lu Qing was staring at him with a complicated expression. Brat, what are you thinking about? Geezer Shi said in annoyance. Lu Cheng's mood was quite heavy at this time. At first, he just thought that his master was old and had an old problem of coughing, so it was inevitable that there would be a little bit of backlash after showing off his martial prowess. He would be fine after some time. After he got on the car and chatted with his senior sister for a while, he realized that his master's physical condition was very bad and the problem was quite serious. In modern society, it was common for ordinary people to live more than 70 years. However, a mighty one of physical invulnerability who was in his early 60s could only live for 7 or 8 years. Thinking of this, Lu Qing recalled his master's figure walking with his hands behind his back in the brutal snowstorm. How could he not feel sad and depressed? However, senior martial sister said that master is the most prideful. According to my daily observation, this is also the case. Therefore, I can't look at him sympathetically, and I can't say anything like a little girl crying. He thought for a while and squeezed out a smile. I was thinking about what happened just now. I always knew you were very powerful, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Like a fairy, you made the snow fall in August without even waving your hand. Geezer Shi beamed with joy at once. He chuckled and said, humbly, I can't. Back then, I didn't need to borrow the power of the ice essence bead. I could do it easily. Brat, you finally got a hold of me. Shi Yuejian shook her head with a smile. She drove the car into the villa area and parked it in her garage. After opening the door and entering the house, she changed into slippers and said with a smile, Junior brother, help yourself. I won't treat you as a guest. I'm going to make a bowl of pear soup with rock sugar for your master. After that, she saw Lu Cheng's slightly surprised eyes. She tilted her head and asked, what's wrong? What's so strange? No, nothing. I just didn't expect a mighty one of physical invulnerability to cook in person. Lu Qing explained with a smile. It's my hobby. I like to do these things. If I didn't have the talent for martial arts, I would probably be a chef or a pastry chef. Shi Yuejian chuckled and walked to the open kitchen. Remember to lower the temperature when you're done stewing. How are you going to drink it if it's not cold in summer? Geezer Shi shouted at his daughter's back. Lu Cheng was about to volunteer to complete the task with his supernatural ability of frost when he heard Shi Yuejian say with a helpless smile, yes, yes, yes. I'll help you freeze with ice spirit force. Well, as expected of a physical invulnerability expert of the ice sect. I won't show off in front of an expert. Lu Cheng wiped his non-existent cold sweat and sat on the sofa opposite Geezer Shi. He asked with concern, Master, is there any progress in the research of cultivation? If there was, he might be able to comprehend by analogy and lay a solid foundation for finding a way to treat his master in the future. There's not much progress. If there was, would those old men have been able to hold themselves back from calling me to show off? Geezer Shi replied with a look of disdain, well, I'm going to the military's secret base tomorrow, so I thought I'd drop by and get some information for you. Hee hee, I've made contributions to the military, so they give me a checkup every year. I was supposed to go there 2 days ago, but you were such a troublemaker. You won the youth tournament and even let your sect master know about it. Regular checkup. Lu Qing suddenly recalled his earliest conversation with his master. His master had said, do the work of being studied. Just as he was trying to hold back his laughter, Geezer Shi shook his head and coughed twice. You've chosen this path of mixed cultivation, so every step you take in the future will be harder than usual. I can only give you some advice based on my experience and knowledge. It's okay before you reach physical invulnerability, but after that, you have to be mentally prepared. I understand, Master. Lu Qing took a deep breath. This was the inevitable price he had to pay for not giving up his biggest advantage. Geezer Shi was serious for less than a minute before he clicked his tongue and said, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. You may be talented, but that's only in comparison to the average martial artist. You're nothing compared to the truly talented martial artists who only appear once in hundreds or thousands of years. For example, warrior sage Qian Donglu, Daxing Temple's Ji Hai, Shangqing Sect's Peng Liyun, and your master. If you practice normally, the speed of your improvement can be predicted, but the height you can reach in the future will not exceed the range of estimation. It's hard to have any surprises. How can you catch up with the people in front of you? As for the current path, it's full of variables, but there's hope when there's variables. Sigh, it's hard to say. If you follow the path of martial arts practice honestly, you may have great achievements. You're quite like the Dragon King. He didn't mention the reincarnated living Buddha of Daxing Temple, Shi Shan. In the kitchen, Shi Yu was dissatisfied. She protested, Dad, how is junior brother like the Dragon King? She had just finished boiling the pear and pear soup. She washed her hands and walked back to the living room. The Dragon King's desire for victory is so abnormal. How is junior brother like him? Hey, the Dragon King's desire for victory is more than abnormal. It's extremely abnormal. Geezer Shi didn't refute. As a fan of the Dragon King, Lu Cheng was interested. Senior sister, can you tell me more about the Dragon King? The reporter's interviews and the TV broadcast made the Dragon King's image appear blurry. As the main force of the Wuyue Club, as a mighty one with physical invulnerability in the upper class of the martial arts circle, and as an opponent who often dealt with the Dragon King, his senior sister's impression of the Dragon King might be more realistic. Sure, you keenly sensed the change in his attitude. She laughed and said, You're an admirer of the Dragon King? This weekend, our Wuyue Club is going to the south to challenge the Longhu Club. Although I may not be able to fight with him, I can introduce you to him after the match. How about it? Do you want to go? The Dragon King is quite kind to his fans. He's quite nice. Lu Chen was excited. But thinking that he had asked for leave for several days, he resisted the temptation. I have to go to work the day after tomorrow. I can't always ask for leave after taking money from others. Senior sister, I won't stand on ceremony. If there's a chance in the future, take me with you. Anyway, the Dragon King won't run away. After getting the 600,000 yuan bonus, the part-time salary seemed to be dispensable. However, the youth tournament championship was a product of coincidence. He had never expected to get it before. Since he had promised the Gushan martial arts school, he couldn't go back on his word. He had to do what he said. A man's promise was worth 1,000 gold. Well, junior brother, you have self-control. I suddenly feel that you are a little like the Dragon King. Sure, you nodded with emotion. Then she said, so you have to go back to Xing province tomorrow? Your brother-in-law is on a business trip abroad and won't be back for several days. We can only meet next time. This is too rushed. I don't know what the sect leader martial uncle is thinking. Lu Qing talked about this topic for a while and then returned to the previous matter. He thought about the implication of his senior sister's words. The Dragon King is very kind to his fans. What about other martial artists? In the mouth of the Dragon King's anti-fans and in many gossip news, Dragon King, Qin Chitao, was a contradictory person with both pride and inferiority. He was vain, harsh, overbearing, and narrow-minded. Shi Yuejian pondered for a moment before replying, as I said just now, the Dragon King has an almost perverted desire for victory. Such a kung fu master will be very kind to his teammates and fellow disciples in some aspects, but he will also be very harsh and inhumane in other aspects. But when it comes to enemies and opponents, he won't accept any failure. Once he is in a bad situation and loses to his opponent, you can't expect him to be kind to you and show you the demeanor of a master. Especially if he wins against the warrior sage at the same time, he will definitely be angry. He cares a lot about the outside world's evaluation, especially the comparison with the warrior sage. But I have to admit that he's an admirable martial artist. No matter how much we hate his physical invulnerability, we can't deny this fact. In our eyes, it's a well-known fact that the warrior sage, Qian Donglu, only appears once in 1,000 years. He's a genius who can surpass all the other martial artists of his generation. It's shocking for others to reach the physical invulnerability stage at 23 or 24, but he's already reached the first pin level at 24 and obtained his first title. There is a big gap between the Dragon King's talent and his. In order to catch up with the warrior sage and not be a loser, he has put in a lot of effort and hardships. You can't imagine. Geyser clicked his tongue and said, I know about this. At least I fought with the Dragon King, no, Qin Chitao, for a while. Ah. Master, when was that? Lu Chen was at a loss. As a die-hard fan of the Dragon King, how can I not know? Geyser chuckled and said, you should remember that one year, cough cough, Qin Chitao almost disappeared. He didn't participate in many challenge tournaments and announced that he was recuperating. I remember that the Dragon King hadn't won any titles back then. Lu Qing vaguely guessed the whole story. A year ago, he made it to the final stage of several major title competitions but lost to Qian Donglu without exception. The media, who thought that the legendary twins were hyping him up, were disappointed. They published articles saying that he wasn't qualified to be called the warrior sage. Shi Yuejian answered on behalf of her father. This greatly affected the Dragon King. He changed his mind and applied to go to the war-torn zones. He put his life on the line and honed himself on the edge of life and death for 10 months. When he came back, he defeated Qian Donglu 3 times and won 3 titles in a year. Geyser leaned back in his seat and said in a reminiscing tone, Qin Chitao was already a first-pin fighter back then. Originally, his room for improvement was very limited. But, TSK, you didn't see how crazy he was back then. In the end, he actually transformed completely. Hearing about the Dragon King's past, Lu Chen was fascinated and a little excited. This was how a martial artist should be. Hee hee, Qian Donglu was my junior. But after he won a title, he had to respectfully call him the warrior sage. He had a lot of genius flaws. He didn't work hard enough. You could even say that he was lazy. He didn't stand when he could sit or lie down when he could. In the beginning, he relied on his desire for a title to maintain his diligence. After he made a name for himself, he felt that he could win easily and became more and more relaxed. At this time, the Dragon King appeared and beat him until he almost lost all his confidence. It wasn't easy for him to pull himself together and make the most of his talent, Gizershur said excitedly. You could say that without the Dragon King's stimulation, he wouldn't be so close to becoming the warrior sage now. And without the warrior sage as a target to catch up with, the Dragon King wouldn't have reached his current state. He deserves to be called the legendary twins. Shi Yuejian sighed again. Lu Qing listened with great interest. His blood was boiling. Was this the real Dragon King and the real warrior sage? After lunch, Gizershur led him to the second floor. He took out 2 visualization diagrams and made a joke. These are the prairie fire painting and the Zhurong painting. You can take them back with you, but if you lose them, I won't take the blame for you. I'll figure out a way to make up for it and repay the debt. Thank you, Master. Lu Qing didn't mind Gizershur's joke. Holding back his excitement, he took the visualization diagrams. One of them was full of flames of various colors. Just by looking at it, he felt like he was beside a sea of molten iron. The other one was of a fire god with the body of a beast and the face of a man standing on a red dragon. He was violent and suppressing the flames. Seeing him like this, Gizershur, who was standing at the side, put his hands behind his back and walked to the door. He stopped there, coughed, and said casually, "Brat, send the videos you took to my email." Huh? Lu Qing looked at his master blankly. Chapter 290. After a short moment of confusion, Lu Qing quickly understood his master's intention. He tried to hold back his laughter and said, Okay, I'll send it to you later. Is he going to record the scene of me showing off my power? Or show it off to my old friends? No wonder he's a master with perfect skills. Thinking of this, as a backup lover, he decided to save a copy of these videos on his computer so that he wouldn't lose them if his phone malfunctioned. This was Master's great achievement, As he thought of this, Lu Qing suddenly froze. Damn it, where's my computer? No, not just my computer, where's all my luggage? Gizershur cleared his throat. Just as he was about to walk out the door and go downstairs, he heard Lu Cheng's voice suddenly. Master, I think I left my luggage on the mountain. Gizershur was stunned and suddenly remembered that he didn't give his silly disciple time to pack his luggage in the Songtao pavilion. After that, the two of them completely forgot about this matter. They chatted casually for more than 2 hours, and even enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. The master and disciple stared at each other for half a minute. Gizershur was experienced and didn't panic in the face of danger. He quickly returned to normal and laughed dryly. You little brat, you were shocked by such a small scene? You even forgot your luggage? Such a small thing. Why are you looking at me? You can just find one of your martial nephews to bring it to you later. After that, he nimbly walked out of the door and prepared to take a nap. Lu Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched his master leave. He reached out to cover his face and sighed deeply. It felt good to show off and leave my luggage on the mountain, and more importantly, Master, you were in a hurry to show off your power and didn't give me a chance to exchange contact information with my martial nephews. The only one at the moment is Mo Jingting. Do I have to rely on her? Forget it, she looks like the kind of person who can cause trouble. There's no need to get involved. I'd better find my senior sister and ask her to help inform one of her martial nephews on the mountain. Lu Qing calmed down and took out his phone, intending to write an email and send the video to his master. During the process, the corners of his mouth first curled up into a smile, in order to tease the old man. However, very soon, the smile fell and became sad. Will my master have a chance to do something like this in the future? Was it possible for his injuries to recover? Was it really only 7 or 8 years? He wanted to do something for his master, but with his status, strength, connections, and knowledge, if his master and senior sister couldn't do it, how could he do it? Just thinking about it gave him no clue or direction. He could only hope that the things of cultivation would be useful. Even if the cultivation stuff was useful, he still had to wait for the research results from the other side to help him gain something from the Gene Dan. This wasn't something that could be seen in a year or two, especially the latter. Based on the fact that Longhu Immortal was said to be comparable to the peak of physical invulnerability, and the fact that he had been comprehending the ice and fire starry sky for almost a year, even if there was any core, it would only appear in the process of breaking through to physical invulnerability. There was still a long way to go. At the age of 19, Lu Cheng was full of confidence and felt that he could change the world. He felt that as long as he put in the effort, he would definitely gain something. The experience in the past year reinforced this feeling. However, at this time, he felt powerless, sad, and insignificant. He wanted to do it, but there was nothing he could do. He could only bury this matter at the bottom of his heart and not think about it. In the next few years, he would work hard to find hope and improve his strength as soon as possible. There was a lot of sadness and helplessness in his heart, but he still had to face life with a smile. This was probably life, and this was probably maturity. Lu Cheng took a breath and slowly exhaled. He moved his thumb and clicked send. Then he changed the program and sent a message to Yenjika. Cool, is there an expert on your grandpa's side who is especially good at treating internal injuries? The symptoms are coughing. Among all the people I know, it seems that only 'cause grandpa can help my master. Yenjika first sent an emoji wiping off cold sweat, then touched the head emoji and said, Silly Cheng, why don't you just ask Coach Shi directly? In the chat in the morning, she only heard her boyfriend mention that Coach Shi had been injured and was not in good health. But now, even if Lu Cheng tried to hide it, she was keenly aware of that kind of depression. She was shocked and thought of what had happened before. She hurriedly added, he changed the weather this morning and was hurt by the backlash. His physical condition is very bad. She had been learning martial arts from Coach Shi for almost a year. Even if she was often teased and made fun of, she still felt that the old man was half a teacher to her. More importantly, Coach Shi was Lu Cheng's master. Of course she would be worried and concerned about him. Lu Cheng told his girlfriend about his master's condition and what senior sister had said. In the end, he was not in the mood to express his feelings. I don't know what I can do what you can do. Don't think that you can do everything. Practice martial arts well and become stronger early. This may be what Coach Shi wants to see the most. And the stronger you are, the more you can get in touch with people of a higher level and find more ways. This was the first time Yenjika encountered such a situation. She did not know how to comfort the stupid Cheng. Lu Cheng knew that this was not a problem that could be solved in a short time, and it was also not a problem that he could think of a solution for now. He slowly adjusted his mood in the girl's gentle words and eased his helplessness. In the end, Yenjika returned to the topic and said, Shushan study has a lot of seniors who read Taoist scriptures and practice alchemy. I'll call my grandpa and ask. Coach Shi is also my coach. He will definitely understand and help. Yes. Although I think it is unlikely that my master has not contacted Shushan study. Lu Cheng said with a forced smile. It was one of the greatest blessings in life to have Yenjika by his side when he was feeling down. Her gentle consolation and empathic help was by his side. After waiting for a while, Yenjika said with a pair of open eyes emoji, my grandpa said that your senior sister went to Shushan specifically for this matter. Unfortunately, the head of the Shushan study and several elders worked together but still failed to cure Coach Shi, so that's how it is. Lu Cheng looked at the phone screen and smiled bitterly. His senior sister and his master's old buddies must have tried everything that could be tried. Don't be too disappointed. Like you said, Coach Shi can live for at least 7 or 8 years. With the rapid development of science and technology, the masters at the peak of martial arts often fight with each other. Many of their unique skills are integrated and new ideas are constantly being developed. In a few years, maybe there will be a solution. Maybe one of the Dragon King and Warrior Sage will break through to the forbidden area. I heard from my grandpa that Coach Shi has a close relationship with the Longhu Club and a friendship with Taoist Wu Guang from the Shangqing sect. As long as he is alive, there is hope. Yan Zhika tried to sound positive. Yes, as long as he is alive, there is hope. Lu Qing repeated and tried to walk out of the haze. While waiting for the development of science and martial arts, he worked hard to improve himself so that he could reach physical invulnerability as soon as possible, unravel the secret of Jin Dan and find an effective solution. If my master's old buddies have any research on cultivation, I'm willing to cooperate with them wholeheartedly. In the afternoon, after calming down, he started his daily training and comprehended the essence and charm of the Prairie Fire picture and Zhurong picture. For the first few times, he didn't plan to use Jin Dan to speed up his progress because it would hinder him from comprehending other visualization pictures in the future. Not every visualization picture belonged to ice and fire and could rely on Jin Dan. After practicing martial arts for 3 hours and sweating profusely, Lu Qing felt that his body was much more relaxed. His mood was also much better. The youth tournament was over and he was officially accepted into his master's sect. In the days to come, he didn't have to run around or worry about social interactions. He could focus on practicing martial arts and spend more time with his loved ones. Life is short. You have to cherish the time you have with each other. The next day, he saw off his master who was going to the secret military base and took the luggage sent by a martial nephew named Lu Tang last night. He took his senior sister Shi Yuejian's car and arrived at Shangao Airport. He boarded the return flight and successfully returned to Xing province. Lu Qing took the high-speed train near the airport and appeared at the Shushan train station with his luggage. He first reported the itinerary to Yan Zhika and then strode out. At this moment, a girl who looked like a high school student suddenly stopped him and asked curiously and excitedly, "Are you the champion of the youth tournament, Lu Qing? I've seen you on TV several times." Yes, yes. Lu Qing was startled and didn't deny it. Are all girls nowadays so unafraid of strangers? Ha, I knew it. Can you sign for me? You're so awesome. Many of our classmates like you and think you're a big hero of Shushan. The girl threw her school bag in front of her and found a pen and paper. Big hero? Hey. Lu Cheng's mood hadn't completely recovered yet, but he couldn't help but feel happy. He took the pen and quickly signed his name. The girl solemnly put away the notebook and waved her hand with a big smile. After a few steps, she turned her head and said mischievously while dragging her luggage, "Hero Lu, practice your handwriting well." Lu Cheng was stunned for 2 seconds and watched her run away. Then he came back to his senses and complained in his heart, "My handwriting is not ugly. It's normal, unlike a novel author with a long pen name. Her handwriting is like a primary school student's." He complained about this matter to Yenjika, which made her laugh for a long time. In the end, she sent a hand over her mouth and said, "Cheng, you'll become more and more famous in the future. You should learn from those stars and wear a pair of glasses. I don't want to be surrounded by a bunch of people when we go out on a date." Speaking of this, she sent an emoji of touching her full belly and exhaling, "This doesn't seem right. If we really do this, the next day, the news will definitely spread throughout the school." A certain general with the surname Lu was abandoned by his girlfriend, and a muscular man was no match for a bespectacled scholar. Pfft! Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh, and then he felt warm in his heart. Since last night, Ke had been trying hard to make him laugh to relieve the depression in his heart. How could he not notice this kind of intention? After leaving the station, Lu Qing didn't dare to take the bus anymore. He directly called a black cab and was anxious to go home. On the way home, after the incident with his master, his hesitant idea became clearer. That was to buy a house for his parents, a house in Shushan. He couldn't wait until the time when his parents were gone. Cherish the people in front of him. This was the biggest realization he had right now. Chapter 291. When he got home, it was still early. Lu Qing diligently disposed of the clothes he had saved for the past 2 days, made a backup copy of the valuable things stored in the computer, and even did some housework. After finishing all this, his mother, Qi Fang, slowly came back from the community office. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the clean coffee table. She looked suspiciously at her son, who was waiting for praise with a face full of pride, and blurted out, "Cheng, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Lu Qing denied, "Don't I also clean the dormitory at school? I was bored just now, so I just did it on a whim." Qi Fang didn't care too much about it. She smiled and complained, "You son, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were going to become a disciple? We didn't prepare any special products for your master." "It's so impolite." "Don't say that. I know your master is a big shot and may not like us, but we still have to show our sincerity. As the TV series say, it's the thought that counts." "Mom, the sect was too hasty." "Don't worry, I prepared some special products for you. My master is very satisfied with 4 bottles of original proof wine from Ningshui Daku. He likes it very much." Lu Qing smiled and comforted his mother. "Your daughter-in-law is so considerate." Qi Fang looked at him up and down and showed a suspicious look. "You're so considerate." Although his son had indeed grown up and matured, it was very difficult for him to understand the details of interpersonal relationships on his own if no one taught him. "But I didn't have time to tell him. As for his father, humph, it's good enough that I didn't neglect it." "That's right. It's all thanks to Mom's teachings." Lu Qing flattered against his conscience, which made Qi Fang beam. She went into the kitchen and began to prepare dinner. Lu Qing didn't mention the matter of buying a house. When his father got off work and the family sat and chatted to eat to their heart's content, he said seriously, "Mom, Dad, when you're free, you should go and look at the surrounding buildings, the ones that are less than 3 years old." "What?" Qi Fang was confused. Lu Qing explained slowly, "Didn't I win the championship and get 600,000 yuan as a prize? I was thinking, to buy a new house for our family. Now 2 bedrooms and a living room are too small, it's not convenient for guests to come in." "Oh." Qi Fang was surprised and then smiled from ear to ear. "Cheng, it's good that you're so considerate. You don't need to buy a house. In another 2 years, we will have enough money for the down payment." "Hee, let me tell you, Fatty Gua and his wife are very polite to your father now. Their salaries have been increased, and they have also given us the bonuses for the technical improvements." Lu Jisheng couldn't help but smile. He tried to maintain his dignity and said, "Your mom is right. It's good that you're considerate. It's not like we can't eat and can't save money. 600,000 yuan is a lot in a small place like ours, but I heard that your martial arts expenses are also quite high. Don't be so extravagant. Save it, you'll have plenty of places to use it in the future." "Yes, Cheng, you're successful now. In the future, you won't be cooped up in a small place like Shushan. I heard that the housing prices in big cities are very high, several thousand yuan per square meter. If you want to buy a spacious house, 600,000 yuan won't be enough for the down payment. Save it up and use it when you get married in the future." Qi Fang said with a smile. "There's something wrong with this script. Why is it related to housing prices in big cities?" Lu Cheng's mouth twitched, but he didn't correct his mom's wrong idea. Not every big city is several thousand yuan per square meter. He thought for a while and deliberately put on a confident attitude. "Mom, Dad, you're thinking too far ahead, aren't you? Well, let's talk about something more distant. With my current strength and level, even if there's no big improvement in the future, it's not a problem to earn 1 or 2 million yuan a year. If I'm lucky and win a few championships, my income will be even higher. I don't need 600,000 yuan, so I'm not afraid of not having a down payment. And the housing prices in Shushan are not high. Didn't you say that the surrounding area is only 3,500 yuan per square meter? A better neighborhood is only 4,000 yuan. If I buy a house of 120 or 130 square meters, I'll still have about 100,000 yuan left. It's enough for 1 or 2 years' expenses. Besides, it's not like I can't make money. Save up your savings. You'll be able to save them in the future. Lu Qing made a joke to dispel his parents' worries. Qi Fang was quite convinced. I heard that the housing prices in Shushan are low and will rise in the future. If we don't buy now, we'll be wasting money in 2 years. That's low. Shushan is not a big city. How can it rise? Maybe it will even fall. Lu Jisheng shook his head. But we're just living by ourselves. Lu Qing added, don't you think it's too small? But, this neighborhood is full of acquaintances. They're all your uncles and aunties. Your dad and I have friends when we chat or play cards. If we move away and you're not here, it'll be boring for us. Qi Fang was still a little hesitant. Mom, you're thinking too much. We'll pick a house in the surrounding area and come back for a walk after dinner. You still have to work in the community during the day. Lu Qing continued to persuade her. Qi Fang stopped talking and looked at Lu Jisheng. Lu Jisheng was also pondering and didn't refute. Our house is indeed small. It's not convenient for guests. Cheng may bring his girlfriend back in 2 years. We can't let the girl suffer. Qi Fang rambled and unknowingly changed sides. Lu Jisheng poured some wine, took a sip, and made a decision. Cheng, you just need to take out 400,000 yuan and we'll pay for the rest. When the time comes, we'll write your name on the property deed. Okay. Seeing his father's firm attitude, Lu Qing didn't want to complicate things. Qi Fang sighed a few times and quickly became excited. Then I'll ask someone tomorrow and take a look at the nearby buildings. You'd better find an agent for this kind of thing. Others can't be trusted. Chen Hui's family was cheated out of tens of thousands last time. Lu Jisheng was experienced and prudent. Looking at his parents excitedly discussing the matter of buying a house, Lu Qing curled up the corner of his mouth. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. The haze that had accumulated over the past 2 days dissipated completely. Cherish the present and work hard for the future. Don't worry about things that can't be done temporarily. Treat the people around you well. After chatting for a while, he took out his phone and sent a message to Yan Zhika. Cool, I'm going to take out 400,000 yuan from my bonus to buy a new house for my parents. He felt that he had to explain this to Coach Yan. Yan Zhika had heard him mention it before, so she wasn't surprised this time. She sent a snickering emoji. That's pretty good. But why are you telling me this? You can decide for yourself with your own money. I'm already your Cheng. Of course I have to tell you. Lu Qing replied with a sinister smile. Yan Zhika sent an emoji of rolling her eyes. What if I don't agree? Will you buy it or not? I believe you will agree. Lu Qing replied with a red face emoji. This was the tacit understanding and perseverance between the two of them. Yan Zhika sent an emoji of holding her chin with one hand and looking at the sky. I mean, what if? Lu Qing felt a headache coming on. How could he answer this? This was a conundrum that had existed since ancient times. Without waiting for him to type, Yan Zhika sent an emoji of covering her mouth and laughing. Are you sweating? Well, you don't have to answer. I'll answer. If two people have such a big contradiction in their values, it won't last long. But, Cheng, I've been reading a lot of posts and Weibo recently. Let's assume a situation. If you only have a few tens of thousands of yuan per year, 600,000 yuan is hard to come by. Although your parents live in an old and small house, it's not like they don't have a house. Would you choose to spend 400,000 yuan to buy a new house for them? Lu Qing thought for a while and sent an emoji of a bitter smile. In this situation, even I don't think it's right. One should act according to one's ability. See, you can buy a new house for your parents without any psychological burden. I just feel that you're filial and a good person. I don't have any other thoughts. Ultimately, it's because we have confidence. Money doesn't mean confidence, but it's definitely an important part of it. Yenjika sent an emoji of sitting upright. I feel like I've been taught by a life coach again. Lu Qing said sincerely. Hee. Yenjika sent an emoji of working hard to improve. So, young man, work hard. Work hard to earn money and improve yourself. This was the root of the problem. Seeing this, Lu Qing realized that Ke had taken such a big detour to comfort him about his master. She didn't want him to be dispirited and see the light and hope in life. He smiled and sent a kissing emoji. I'll work hard. From now on, I'll smile. From now on, I won't blame myself or be powerless. I'll work hard for my goal. From now on, I'll face the sea and enjoy the warmth of spring. At this time, he only felt that his heart was clear, and he also made a decision on another matter. He opened his contact list and called Chairman Wei Renjie. Hello, Lu. You're back in Shushan. Wei Renjie said with a smile. Yeah, I have to go back to work in the martial arts club. I can't take their salary for free. Lu Qing went straight to the point. Chairman, I can help guide the special training, but only 1 day a week. You know, I can't teach them the martial arts of the sect. I can only guide and train with them. 1 day a week is more than enough. Born in this place, he still had deep feelings for this mountain, this river, and this city. He still hoped to do something for his hometown if he could. Wei Renjie said happily, Good. 1 day is enough. You just have to stand there and they'll have an example. Lu Qing was different from the past. Lu Qing was the #1 young martial artist in the province. Lu Qing hung up the phone and told Yenjika about this matter. His heart gradually calmed down, just like the night outside the window. There were lights in the darkness. Tomorrow morning, I'll practice hard with Ku. Tomorrow, I'll lead the VIP class in the martial arts club. I'll do my duty. I'll start from the small things. Chapter 292. When Lu Qing took his clothes and was about to take a shower, Qi Fang knocked on the door and came in. She smiled and said, Qing, it's great that you won the youth tournament this time. It's unique in Shushan. Why don't we set up a few tables and treat everyone to a meal to celebrate? Mom, that's not necessary. Lu Qing got a headache when he heard this. Qi Fang glared at him. Why not? If we don't set up a few tables, people will talk behind our backs. You don't want to socialize with your relatives and friends. You look down on us after winning the championship. Others can gossip as much as they want, but I don't care. Lu Qing complained in his heart. His mind started to work quickly, and he put on a smile and said, Mom, people will only gossip if you hold a banquet. Think about it, if you go to other people's banquets, will you give them a red packet? Everyone's money doesn't grow on trees. Of course we should save as much as possible. I just held a graduation banquet last year and a championship banquet this year. Who knows how many championships I'll win in the future? Do you want to hold a banquet and collect money every time? Then people will complain to our family. It's not like getting married. We can take it back in the future. While making excuses, he put his hands on his mom's shoulders and walked out with her. It didn't matter what he said. He just wanted to show his firm attitude and give his mom a way out. Qi Fang was confused. She glanced at her son and took a deep breath. You're right. Then we won't set up a banquet. I'll ask your dad to order dozens of boxes of championship cakes and share them with everyone. It was a custom in Shushan that there would be corresponding cakes for celebrations, such as birthday cakes, wedding cakes, championship cakes, 1,000 gold cakes, dragon phoenix cakes, and so on. Okay, let's do that. Lu Qing answered with a smile. The next morning, in Backwater Lake Park. You convinced your mother just like that? Yenjika's bright eyes looked at him and asked with great interest. She was wearing the female martial arts suit of the Longhu Club, which happened to be a couple with Lu Qing. Lu Qing laughed. It can't be considered persuasion. Isn't this the confidence that Coach Yen mentioned? Ever since I succeeded in practicing martial arts and was able to make money, I have become more confident in front of my mother and am able to insist on my ideas. My mother may also feel that I have grown up, matured, and is no longer a child. She will ask for my opinion on many things and depends on my attitude. If it was in the past, she would never ask me. She would only say, Cheng, we will hold a banquet to celebrate in a few days. Remember to be polite and diligent. It was the same situation at this time last year. Yenjika smiled and said, Do you feel like you're in charge of your own affairs? I don't like men who are like children who haven't been weaned. They always listen to their elders and don't have their own ideas. She muttered in her mind, if that's the case, the relationship between mother and daughter-in-law will be very difficult in the future. Luckily, Cheng is not a mommy's boy. What am I thinking? Bah, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, who is his daughter-in-law? Taking note of his little fairy's attitude in this regard, Lu Qing pretended to panic and said, What should I do? I think you won't like me anymore. Ah. Yenjika blinked with a blank face. Because I always listen to Coach Yen and don't have my own ideas. While saying this, Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Pfft, you're so funny. Yenjika also couldn't help but laugh out loud. She almost couldn't catch her breath and couldn't help blushing. You have to remember what you just said. Dozens of seconds later, she recovered. She slightly raised her eyes and glanced at her boyfriend. Her lips opened and closed, but she didn't say anything. What's wrong? Lu Qing asked with concern. Yenjika bit her lip and frankly said, I was worried that you would be unhappy because of Coach Shi. Well, I was worried that you would be depressed because of it. Just now, I saw that you could still joke and be so funny, so I was relieved. I almost blurted it out, but I thought it would be a sore spot, so I held back. Lu Qing reached out and hugged the girl. He sighed and smiled. Actually, I'm still a little depressed, but I don't want to infect the people around me with this feeling. I'll try my best not to let it affect my usual state and try to turn it all into motivation for cultivation. This was also the will to protect. I can feel it. If we hadn't seen each other for a few days before, you wouldn't have been able to resist not kissing me before morning exercises. Yenjika rolled her eyes, half teasing and half soothing Lu Qing's mood. Do you think I'm not lecherous enough? Lu Qing calmed down and laughed. He was about to lower his head when the girl pushed him away. Humph, did I say yes? Hurry up and practice. Work hard. Yenjika pursed her lips and ran a few steps away with a smile. Lu Qing didn't insist. After a few minutes of conversation with Ku, he did become cheerful again. Yenjika put on airs and looked up. She thought of something and said, Cheng, that little girl Song Li asked us to treat her. Why don't we invite Sister Jingjing, Shuang Shuang, and Fatty Jiang from your side to thank them for covering up for us and not telling anyone about it? Okay, I'll call Fatty Jiang at noon and fix a time. He keeps asking me to treat him. Lu Qing didn't find this kind of social interaction troublesome. This wasn't a social interaction, but a bonding between friends. After discussing this matter, the two devoted themselves to their own training. Yenjika practiced meteor force both internally and externally. Lu Qing repeated his daily homework and felt the changes in his body slowly breaking through the limit. Finally, he comprehended prairie fire picture and Jerome picture. Without the help of the Jin Dan, his second attempt was no doubt fruitless. But he didn't feel annoyed or depressed, because this was the normal progress. He couldn't rely on the Jindan for everything. Besides, his master also said that now he had to take it slow and lay a solid foundation. He couldn't rush to practice the Dan stage. It would be good enough if he could grasp some of the essence and charm of the two pictures before the summer vacation. Lu Qing withdrew his thoughts and sank his spirit into the picture scroll again. The flame soared and was suppressed by the Zhurong picture. Just like his state of mind, the burning flame of desire to improve and help his master as soon as possible was firmly suppressed by reason and willpower. Burning uncontrollably would only harm oneself. Vaguely, he felt that he might be able to master Zhurong force in less than a month. After eating with Yan Zhika, Lu Qing returned home. He took a shower and changed his clothes. Then he took a taxi to Gushan Martial Arts School. As soon as he entered the gate, the receptionist's eyes lit up. She quickly stood up and said with a bright smile, "Hello, Coach Lu. You're back to work so soon." Her smile was a little timid, not as lively as usual. It was full of awe. "School will start soon." Lu Qing smiled casually. He didn't show any condescension. While talking, he had already passed the front desk and walked to the field where the VIP class was. "Hello, Coach Lu." "Morning, Coach Lu." The summer vacation class and the disciple class stood in line and greeted him loudly as if they were welcoming him. Was this organized by someone? Lu Qing shook his head with a smile. He saw Chu Weikai, Dai Linfeng, and Qin Rui in front of him. He saw Wu Ting, Zhang Qiufan, and the other VIP class students behind them. Wu Ting noticed his gaze and looked around angrily. She asked everyone to line up quickly and shouted in unison, "Hello, Sir Lu." Their voices were loud and full of excitement and pride. "Don't think that I'll let you rest because you welcome me like this. If you slacked off at home in the past 10 days, I'll let you practice." Lu Qing stood in front of the line and said with a smile. Wu Ting giggled and said, "With Sir Lu as an example, we're all practicing diligently. Sir Lu, you're the leader of the young people in our province. Why don't you teach us some powerful martial arts?" She had learned how to use the words of the elders. Powerful martial arts? You're still young. If I teach you now, you'll probably have a strong back and a bare waist. Lu Qing laughed. Ah. Wu Ting, Zhang Qiufan, and the other girls were obviously in a dilemma. They hesitated and said, then forget it. A strong back and a bare waist? Just thinking about it was scary. Lu Qing gave them pointers one by one and asked them to stand properly. Then he looked at the three beside him and said, "Club Master Chu, are you looking for me?" "It's not a big deal." Chu Weikai smiled and changed the topic. "Fortunately, you live in the modern world. If it were in the past, you'd have a long line of people coming to challenge you every day after you won the championship and your reputation spread. But now it was the age of information. Everyone could see a martial artist's performance in a competition through videos. They had a general idea of his actual level. It was clear whether he could be challenged or not. In this generation of martial artists in Xing province, those who were capable of challenging Lu Qing had all participated in the youth tournament. Naturally, no one would do such a thing in a short time. Lu Qing glanced at Dai Linfeng and Qin Rui and suddenly laughed. "Club Master Chu, are you saying that someone wants to challenge me?" "How dare I? It's just that my humble disciple wants to ask you for some advice." Chu Weikai looked at Dai Linfeng with a smile. Dai Linfeng smiled bitterly and said, "I just want to know how big the gap is between you and me now so that I can set a goal." No matter how many videos he watched, it was not as good as a real fight. Dai Linfeng was proud. He didn't participate in the past when his disciples paid Lu Qing for one-on-one instruction. But after watching the youth tournament, his pride had completely disappeared. Lu Qing glanced at Qin Rui and the others and smiled. "Okay, let's practice a little. Don't overdo it." "Okay, please give me some advice. Dai Linfeng put on a respectful posture. When he stabilized his posture, Lu Qing suddenly took a step forward. He gathered his qi, blood, spirit, and force and then released them immediately. Bam! His right arm was like an iron whip, hitting down on Dai Linfeng's head. Dai Linfeng didn't have time to dodge. He raised his arms to block. He didn't want to make a mistake, but he didn't want to make a mistake. However, as soon as they touched, he felt a surge of majestic force. The bones in his arms creaked and were about to break. They would really break. Not only would they break, but the remaining force would also break his sternum. He was seriously injured in one move. Is this the gap between us? Dai Linfeng suddenly felt his arms become lighter. The majestic force disappeared mysteriously as if it had never existed. Lu Qing pulled back his right arm without any reluctance. He put his hands behind his back and smiled slightly. With the internal training method of special training, you have a chance to reach the professional 9th pin before the end of the year. Dai Linfeng was shocked and stunned. He stared at Lu Qing in a daze, as if he didn't know who he was. Before this, he only thought that Lu Qing was a very powerful young man. Chapter 293. Dai Linfeng's feelings were very subtle and couldn't be accurately described with a simple sentence. What did he mean by only feeling that Lu Qing was a very powerful young man? He meant that he felt that they were about the same age and there was no generation gap between them. No matter how powerful and scary Lu Qing was, he was still a young man and not much different from him. It was like when he was still a student, he would envy the top students and not dare to provoke them. He would feel a bit of inferiority, but he wouldn't think that Lu Qing was beyond the level of a student. But now, Lu Qing seemed to have a temperament that didn't belong to his age. It reminded him of the first time he met his master, Chu Weikai. Dai Linfeng's heart was filled with complex emotions. He kept silent until he reached the stairs. After climbing 2 steps, Chu Weikai suddenly stopped. With his back facing the ground below, he sighed and said, Linfeng, just like what Lu Qing said, with this special training, your chances of reaching the professional 9th pin are very high. You might only need a year or so. But if you want to go further, it's going to be difficult. If you're not willing to stay at this level, then go out and try your luck. You can't raise a dragon in a pond. But master, the martial arts club. Dai Linfeng blurted out, as if he was really considering this question. Chu Weikai put his hand on the handrail and laughed, don't worry, your junior brothers are improving very fast. I'm not that old. You don't have to worry about retreating. If you really can't make it, then go back to the martial arts club. I'll always leave you a meal here. Qin Rui felt a lump in his throat and sighed. Regardless of whether Chu Weikai was squeezing his disciple's labor, he had done his duty as a master. When I can meditate, master the internal training method, and reach the professional 9th pin, should I go out and have a try? Dai Linfeng didn't speak. After a long silence, he gave an irrelevant answer. Master, what level do you think Lu Qing can reach? Chu Weikai walked up slowly and said, no matter what level he can reach in the future, his current level is something you can't reach in your lifetime. I'm not trying to discourage you, but you can't reach for what's beyond your grasp. You have to have a practical and accurate goal. As for Lu Qing, if nothing unexpected happens, I believe he will not stop at the Dan stage. Dai Linfeng and Qin Rui didn't say anything. They understood what their master was implying. Lu Qing would be the first mighty one with physical invulnerability in Shushan. This was not a compliment at the beginning of summer vacation, but the conclusion of more than a month of observation and experience. Even though he was already a promising 7th pin expert, Lu Qing didn't put on airs or put on airs. He still seriously corrected the most basic moves of Wu Ting and the others. In his free time, he seized every minute and second to temper himself. The sun was high in the sky and it was almost noon. He took out his phone, looked at the time, and clapped his hands. Alright, that's all for today's training. Everyone really didn't slack off before. You deserve to be praised." Before he could finish his sentence, and before Wu Ting could say anything, the long-term students and inner disciples who had been paying attention to them all rushed over and surrounded them. "Brother Lu, I'll book another 2 hours of private tutoring." "Coach Lu, I want to pay. I want to be coached alone." In the midst of the clamor, there were at least 30 people who made requests. What a great opportunity it was to be able to receive the guidance of the #1 young martial artist in the province. Even if they didn't learn anything, they would feel proud just by talking about it. And it was only 800 yuan an hour. It was like picking it up for free. Which mighty one in the dance stage would be so cheap? More importantly, no mighty one in the dance stage would be so free as to do this kind of private tutoring. As long as Coach Lu agreed, they were willing to pay more. The inner disciples who didn't ask for Lu Cheng's private tutoring before the youth tournament were heartbroken. They didn't have a high income, so they deeply felt the price change that was even more exaggerated than the increase of housing prices. They could only ask for money from their families. Lu Cheng was shocked. He roughly counted the number of people and felt that he couldn't agree. He didn't want to lose time for training, accompanying Ko, and spending time with his parents just for money. He pressed his hands down to stop the commotion and said calmly, "Everyone is limited to 1 hour of private tutoring. The price will be announced tomorrow. Anyway, it won't be cheap. Think about it carefully. Is it necessary? Is it worth it?" His tone was calm and peaceful. His voice was neither high nor low, but everyone present heard it clearly. They couldn't help but quiet down and make way for him. At this time, Ding Yanba in the crowd held back his excitement and took a deep breath. He decided to do something that would make him the center of attention. He shouted at the top of his voice, trying to please, "Brother Lu Cheng." With a swoosh, all eyes were fixed on his face, full of surprise. When Lu Cheng nodded and said a few words of encouragement, the surprise turned into envy, making Ding Yanba's blood boil. He felt a little tipsy and comfortable to the extreme. "Ha, this is my brother Lu Cheng. After he won the youth tournament, a few of my classmates who thought he was my cousin started to fawn over me." Lu Cheng didn't talk much with Ding Yanba. He took his phone and went back to the locker room to change his clothes. Yan Zhika had sent him the time she had discussed with Song Li and others. It would be tomorrow or the night after tomorrow. She asked Lu Cheng to ask Jiang Fei when they were free. If they were not available, they could adjust it later. While walking out of the martial arts club, Lu Cheng dialed a number. "Hello, Fatty Jiang. I said I would treat you. You can choose tomorrow or the night after tomorrow." Jiang Fei said in confusion, "Cheng, why do I feel something is wrong? I don't need to urge you and you've taken the initiative to treat me. Just one word. Are you coming or not?" Lu Cheng said with a smile. Come. Tomorrow night, in case something bad happens." Jiang Fei said decisively. "Okay, I'll tell you the specific location when we decide on it." Lu Cheng hung up the phone and called old Cheng Chili. Cheng Chili was playing a game when he heard the vibration of his phone. He turned his head and saw the name, Cheng, on the flashing screen. He was stunned. After a few seconds of hesitation, he picked up the phone and chose to answer. "Hello, Cheng." When Cheng Chili shouted out this name, the image of Lu Cheng's dazzling figure in the arena suddenly appeared in his mind, making him feel ashamed of his own inferiority. "Old Cheng, haven't you been asking me to treat you all the time? How about tomorrow night? Ku and I will treat you all together." Lu Cheng said with a smile. Cheng Chili was about to say yes, but suddenly he felt an indescribable irritation and depression. He seemed to be out of breath and blurted out subconsciously, I'm going to Grandpa's house tomorrow. I haven't been there for a long time." "You promised." During this time, whenever he thought of Chiu Hailin and Chao Leilei's praise of Lu Cheng and thought of his friend's prestige, he did not want to go out and talk with others about it. How about the night after tomorrow? Lu Qing asked. Ching Chili opened his right hand and said without a smile, I have to stay at Grandpa's house for a few days. Hee hee, you don't have to accommodate me. Let's meet alone and have a meal. Okay, see you later. Lu Qing said with a little regret. When the call ended, Ching Chili put the phone in front of him, pushed his glasses and looked at it quietly. Before leaving the martial arts school, Lu Qing found Qin Rui and called Tao Xiaofei to confirm his treat for the next night. Then he took a taxi to the backwater Lake Villa area and met up with Yan Zhika. They went to the newly opened Old Tan's private kitchen for lunch and to try the dishes. Are you with Jiang Fei, Qin Rui and Tao Xiaofei? Yan Zhika made the final confirmation so that they could reserve seats in advance. Yes. Lu Qing nodded. Yan Zhika looked up and suddenly smiled. I have a good impression of Qin Rui. He is tall and strong and likes to come to our class like Qing Tao. At that time, I didn't know you existed at all. I didn't expect that my future boyfriend would be in the next class, and I didn't pay attention to him at all. It was quite amazing when he thought about it. Yeah, I didn't expect you to be my girlfriend at that time. Lu Qing also sighed with emotion. Fate was really a wonderful thing. As the two of them talked, they interlocked their fingers and smiled at each other. Maybe this was fate. They didn't know each other for 3 years in high school, but now they were holding hands. They spent the lunch in such a warm atmosphere. When it was almost over, Lu Qing received a call from his senior sister, Shiyue Jian. Hello, senior sister, what's the matter? He was a little worried that something would happen to his master when he went to the secret military base. Shiyue Jian's voice was full of joy. Good news. Lu Qing relaxed immediately and said with a smile, what good news? Yan Zhika was quietly listening to their conversation, resting her chin on her hand. The military has been doing some experiments with your master's cells. Although there is no progress in the main body, they have made a byproduct that seems to be able to suppress your master's injury. This time they tried it and it really worked. Your master can live a few more years. Shiyue Jian couldn't hide her excitement. Lu Qing burst out with joy and said excitedly, Really? Really? Why would I lie to you? Shiyue Jian answered with a smile. That's good, that's good. Lu Qing turned to look at Yan Zhika and conveyed his happiness to her. After hanging up the phone, he didn't hide his happiness and told his girlfriend the good news like a child. That's great. Am I right? Science and technology are improving, so are martial arts. As long as we are alive, there is hope. As long as we are alive, we can wait for change. Yan Zhika said happily and complacently. It was like AIDS. When he was a child, it seemed to be an incurable disease. Once he got it, he could only wait for death. But now, as long as he controlled it well, he could almost live to the end of his life like a normal person. This was the power of progress and development. Coach Yan is indeed full of the brilliance of wisdom. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in someone else's restaurant and his girlfriend wasn't wearing a knee-length skirt, he would have lifted Co up high. Both of them had a great appetite and ate another bowl of rice. Yan Zhika rubbed her bulging belly and said with satisfaction, Where are we going this afternoon? Lu Qing thought for a while and suggested, Let's go to my house. Look at my old photos. Okay. Yan Zhika didn't object and looked forward to it. Chapter 294. The car stopped at the entrance of the community. Lu Qing got off first and opened the umbrella for his little fairy to block out the afternoon sun. Yan Zhika squinted and looked around. When her boyfriend closed the door, she said with great interest, Is this your community? It looks like the hospital we used to live in. She was wearing a white t-shirt, a black knee-length gauze skirt, and a pair of red and black sandals. Her fingernails were pink and healthy. She had the beauty of youth and the seductiveness of maturity. Communities in that era are all similar. Lu Qing agreed casually. He was about to hold her hand and walk to the gate of the community. Yenjika retracted her hand and rolled her eyes at him. Didn't you say that 9 out of 10 uncles and aunts in the community know you? If you hold my hand like this, your mom will know in 5 minutes that you brought a girl home. Less than 5 minutes. Lu Qing answered with embarrassment. He was just used to it. Then he laughed. Actually, it doesn't matter to me. My mom will know. I'm bringing such a good wife home. She'll be so happy. He showed his calm attitude. Ku is such a good girlfriend. Why can't I meet people? I can't wait to show off and let everyone know. Unfortunately, he had to consider the feelings of Ku's family. Yenjika glanced at his face and hummed. Who's your wife going home with you? I'm not going. Yes, yes, yes. Girlfriend, girlfriend. Lu Qing looked at the entrance of the community. How about this? I'll go in first and see if there's anyone home. Then I'll show you how to find my home. Okay. Yenjika looked up with her bright eyes. She couldn't think of another good idea. Lu Qing passed the umbrella to her and walked quickly into the community. The neighbors he met along the way all greeted him with smiles. On the way back home, it was quiet. His parents had gone to work. Only then did he relax completely. He walked to the balcony and looked down at the gate and the roads. Ku, go straight through the door and turn right when you reach the 4th building. Yes, it's the place where people are playing chess. Okay, stop, turn left, do you see 8? It's this building, on the 5th floor of Unit 2. The door is open. Lu Qing watched the girl's figure disappear into the doorway of the unit. He quickly turned around and left the balcony. During this process, his eyes swept across the familiar living room, and he suddenly felt a little nervous. Wouldn't it seem too old, shabby, and cramped? They couldn't compare to Ku's family at all. Would it leave a bad impression on her? Lu Qing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was excited to officially share his past with Yenjika, but he was also nervous because he was worried that she wouldn't recognize him. A little bit of inferiority was inevitable. Furthermore, there was no air conditioner installed at home, only fans. Fortunately, there was a walking air conditioner like me. He looked at the bright sunlight and felt the surging heat waves as he waited at the door. Not long after, the sound of a girl's light footsteps could be heard, and a beautiful figure entered his eyes. Yenjika's eyes swept over the scene inside. She pursed her lips and smiled. Just now, I felt like I was shooting a spy film. So sneaky. Lu Qing handed his slippers to her, closed the door, and put on his father's slippers. He smiled and said, Actually, you don't have to be sneaky, as long as you want to. I'm not stupid. Yenjika raised her head and joked, Do you want to bring my sandals to your room? She was teasing Lu Cheng's behavior when he came to her house. No, it's good that my mom comes back and sees it. Lu Cheng answered with a smile. Humph. Yenjika bent down to pick up her sandals and stuffed them into Lu Cheng's hands. Take it. Your sandals are so big. She lifted her right leg and shook the sandals hanging on her toes. Sandals are always big to be comfortable. Lu Cheng led the girl to the bedroom, secretly watching her reaction to his home. Yenjika looked around curiously and pointed at the door of the second bedroom. She covered her mouth and laughed. Is this where you secretly watch TV? Lu Cheng had once told her interesting stories about his childhood. There was one time when he couldn't forget a TV program, so he secretly opened the door a crack, stood on tiptoe by the door, and stared at the TV in front of him. But that night, his parents were watching a horror movie, and he was so scared that he couldn't fall asleep. Yeah, it's a psychological shadow. Lu Cheng answered with a smile. Then he plucked up his courage and asked, Ku, do you think my house is shabby? Coach Yen said to communicate actively and not leave any uneasiness. Yenjika tilted her head, pursed her lips and smiled. Why would I? It's okay, it's clean and tidy. It's not my home. I only have 3 requirements for other places: not dirty, not messy, not dangerous. Besides, you have a lot of past experiences here, so it's quite interesting to live here occasionally. Bah, what am I saying? Live here occasionally. Lu Qing breathed a sigh of relief and became confident again. He also felt the point of view of the girl inadvertently. He held her hand and said with a smile, "We will have our own home in the future." It was spacious, sunny, and clean. Who has our own home with you? Yenjika raised her head and looked to the side. Lu Qing smiled and said, "In fact, I was worried that we would have a conflict of ideas. After all, our family environments are different." After he was sure, he became calmer and could speak out his worries. In fact, a lot of conflicts of ideas are not so important. Yenjika rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Like housework, can't you just hire a housekeeper? You just need to wash your private things. Like who will cook, can't you just hire a good housekeeper? You can cook by yourself when you're interested. Like in the future, when the 2 elders are not in good health, it will be hard to take care of them. If you hire a professional nurse to take care of the most important part, it won't be so tiring." She said it calmly as if it was a matter of course. Lu Qing listened in a daze. He felt that many of the conflicts in his family seemed to have disappeared after this discussion. Of course, this required a solid economic foundation. Coach Yen, a lot of small conflicts of ideas are indeed not so important. Lu Qing said with emotion. Money was not omnipotent, but one could not do anything without money. This sentence was an exaggeration, but when the economy was not rich, many small problems were indeed more obvious. The saying that a poor couple had 100 sorrows was definitely not just for show. Thinking of this, Lu Qing had one more motivation to make money to support the family. Did I broaden your horizons again? Yenjika showed her dimples and smiled. It was a happy thing to have one's ideas recognized by the person one liked the most. Yes, I learned a lot from you. Lu Qing put the girl's sandals in the corner of his room and asked Yenjika to sit on the bed. He took out his photo album and schoolmate record and handed them over as if he was presenting a treasure. I used to regret that there were so many classes in our grade, so I couldn't take a group photo of the whole grade. I couldn't take a photo of you as a souvenir. But now, he shared his feelings at that time. Yenjika opened her mouth and then closed it again. She felt sweet in her heart. Cheng was really stupid at that time. She opened a photo album on her lap and looked through it. Lu Qing turned on the fan and used the power of frost. He hugged the girl's waist and put his head close to hers. It's so cool. Yenjika praised with a smile. This is your senior year graduation photo, right? Your hair was so long that it almost reached your eyes. You looked so decadent. Not decadent, just lazy. I didn't know how to take care of myself. Usually, I would get a buzz cut first and wait for my hair to grow freely. Then I would get a buzz cut again. I didn't have to bother with this kind of thing for 2 months. Lu Qing explained his attitude at that time, but he was a little guilty. Yenjika rolled her eyes at him and snickered. If you do this again, I'll do it for you myself. Are you good at it? Lu Qing asked in surprise. No. In fact, I don't have any skills at all. Let's see if you can be lazy or not. Yenjika covered her mouth and laughed, looking through the photos. Lu Cheng's photos had become less and less since he started to have difficulties in his family. After going to high school, he didn't like to take photos. The girl flipped through half of the album and saw his elementary school photos. Ha, you have a red dot on your forehead. You look like a girl. That was a class dance. Everyone had a red dot on their forehead. I don't know what the teacher was thinking. Is this the nude bathtub photo you were talking about? It's exposed. I couldn't help it. I was young and ignorant. My dad took a photo of it and left a dark history. The two were very close to each other, discussing the photos and the story behind them. They were in high spirits and could smell each other's breaths. Lu Qing smelled the fragrance in his nose. Her delicate body was in his arms. He looked up and down and saw the girl's seductive side. His heart was gradually stirred. We are at home. There are no outsiders. It's very comfortable and reassuring. Dad and Mom almost never come back early. It's been a long time since we made out. Lu Qing turned his head and saw the girl's pink lips. He lowered his head and noticed her beautiful white and tender legs. He suddenly stood up and walked to the door. Where are you going? Yan Zhike looked at him with obvious confusion. Lu Qing closed the door of the second bedroom and pretended to be serious as he explained, I forgot to close the door. In this way, even if my parents come back temporarily, they won't find anything. Oh. Yan Zhike's long eyelashes trembled a few times. She lowered her eyes again and looked at the photo album on her knees. Lu Qing sat beside her and reached out to hold her waist. It seemed to be the same position as before, but he held her tighter, as if he wanted to completely rub the girl into his arms. Yan Zhike wriggled twice and then calmed down. She still lowered her eyes and focused on the childhood photos of Lu Qing. Chapter 295. Lu Qing felt that he had matured a lot in all aspects and had surpassed his current age and status. Although he often fantasized about his future wedding with Yan Zhike, growing old together with her and living a beautiful life with her, he had never considered such details of his life. He was a little confused for a moment. Was it because girls matured earlier than boys and had a different way of thinking, that was why they could think about the long term and draw the outline bit by bit? Or was it because only a few people were like that? They were rational, mature, and had their own views and attitudes on all aspects of things? After pondering for a while, Lu Qing didn't hide his thoughts. He deliberated and said, I don't think so. I think this is a very normal and realistic consideration. If my grandparents moved here, my mom would quarrel with them every 3 days or 5 days because of her favoritism toward my second dad. Sooner or later, something would happen. I think that when two people are together, there are already a lot of things that need to be done. If we also involve the original families of both parties, it will definitely be more tiring, more troublesome, and easier for problems to arise. Moreover, your parents and mine are all over 40 years old and have already been fixed in all aspects. It's hard for them to change. It's better to keep a distance from them so as to avoid quarrels. Everyone is harmonious. If you miss them, you can go back and stay for a few days. If they are sick, you can also take care of them for a period of time. Hire a professional nurse. Yan Zhike explained her point of view, which was rare for her to be long-winded. She didn't intend to talk about this with Lu Qing right now. She planned to influence him subtly in their daily interactions. However, after the romantic moment in the afternoon, she suddenly felt that they had become closer and closer. They were more like one country. She didn't have to worry about anything to say to him. It does make sense. I just haven't thought about this problem. I feel like I have to wait for a long time before I face it. I don't need to worry about it now. Lu Qing thought and replied. Yan Zhike said, it's good that you haven't thought about it before. Dirty Tong said that this is perfect for me to teach. It's easier to draw on a blank piece of paper than to edit other people's work. Hey, why do I feel that your words are a little dirty? Lu Qing sent an emoji with raised eyebrows. He gradually agreed with Yan Zhike's views on this matter. You are the dirty one. Your head is full of dirty thoughts. Yan Zhike, who was lying on her side on the bed, snorted and gnashed her teeth. Who was the one who randomly kissed and touched her in the afternoon? Seeing this sentence, Lu Qing immediately recalled the previous scene. He thought of the brilliant sunlight and the stunning beauty. Ku, you are so beautiful. He replied with a blushing expression. Ah. Yan Zhike was stunned at first, confused by Lu Qing's sudden praise. Then she connected the context and understood what he meant. Her cheeks flushed red as if they could spit out fire. Cheng, you scoundrel! You scoundrel! She grabbed the blanket and covered her head, pounding the bed a few times. After venting, she replied with a "go away" emoji, embarrassed, angry, proud and sweet. I don't talk to perverts. Without waiting for Lu Cheng's reply, she thought of something and found a Weibo post. She saved a picture and sent it to her boyfriend. Who do you think has a better figure between the two girls? Which one do you prefer? One was slender with a thin waist, while the other was full of curves. Lu Cheng glanced at him and chuckled. Not as good as you. Pfft. Yan Zhika burst out laughing. She lifted the blanket and rolled around. Yo, you even know the standard answer. Of course, Coach Yan is good at teaching. Lu Cheng put his hands on his hips and laughed. It's not fun if I don't fall for it. Yan Zhika smiled. The two flirted for a while. If Chi Fang wasn't focused on the TV series, she would have noticed her son's ripples. Oh right, cool, is Sister Jingjing suitable for a party? How about we treat her twice? Lu Cheng expressed his doubts when they talked about the treat tomorrow night. Sister Jingjing hates men so much, Yan Zhika said. In the beginning, Songli said she wanted to bring a boyfriend, so Shuang Shuang suggested we treat both parties together. It's more fun with more people. I was also worried about Sister Jingjing's condition, so I said we should treat her separately. But Sister Jingjing said we don't have to go through so much trouble. The best attitude for people with psychological problems is to treat them as normal people and let them adjust themselves. The more sensitive and caring we are, the more uncomfortable they will feel, and the more serious the problem will be. That makes sense. Lu Cheng stopped thinking about this problem and prepared to follow Coach Yan's instructions to sound out Fatty Jiang and Qin Rui. He asked them not to mention the case at dinner. Tomorrow afternoon, according to the agreement with Chairman Wei Renjia, he had to guide the special training team for the preliminaries in Shushan for 4 hours. It was 10:30 at night. Because of the breakthrough in their relationship in the afternoon, Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika were reluctant to end their conversation. They delayed it for 10 minutes before saying goodnight to each other. Lu Cheng lay on the bed, bathed in the moonlight outside the window, recalling every detail of the day. His nose seemed to be lingering with the intoxicating fragrance. He felt refreshed, confident, and satisfied. Next time to go to Ku's house. Will it be a Western-style wedding or a Chinese-style wedding? I wonder what Ku looks like in a wedding dress. He smiled and indulged his thoughts, thinking about the future. After a few minutes, he froze the water into ice, concealed his spirit and qi, and fell into a deep sleep. We can meet again tomorrow. Tomorrow is another beautiful day. On the other side, Yan Zhika lay on her side with her right hand under her cheek. Her lips were outlined, her dimples were shallow, and her mind was wandering. She blinked her eyelashes and closed her eyes. She said in a low voice, "Good night, Cheng." The next morning, Lu Cheng got up with great motivation and ran to the lakeside at Hoshui Lake, waiting for the arrival of his little ferry. Yan Zhika arrived a few minutes earlier than usual. She wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but when she saw Lu Cheng's smiling eyes, she couldn't help but remember what happened yesterday afternoon. She quickly turned her head and looked to the side. Her face was tender and charming. She was dizzy and was hugged by him, completing the morning kiss. Well, hurry up and practice. She pushed her boyfriend away, her eyes twinkling like stars. Yes. I'm full of motivation. Lu Cheng joked, collected his mind, and started his daily practice. In the end, he took out the visualization diagram again to understand the essence and charm of it. When he sank his spirit into the prairie fire diagram for the nth time, his body suddenly felt like it was burning, and his muscles, tendons, viscera, and nerves naturally had subtle changes. This feeling disappeared in a flash. Lu Cheng wanted to taste it again, but he couldn't grasp it. But he wasn't impatient or annoyed, because this was a good start. It meant that he was on the right path. It meant that the previous experience of understanding the visualization diagram of frost force was very useful. It meant that the breakthrough in his relationship with Ku yesterday had brought him greater happiness and greater responsibility, and his will to protect became stronger and firmer. Thinking of this, he opened his eyes and looked sideways at the girl who was practicing her bone marrow and viscera not far away. Yenjika also finished her practice and looked at him subconsciously. When their eyes met, they looked at each other and smiled, their eyes intertwining. Without saying anything, they tacitly withdrew their gazes and continued their practice full of motivation. Because Yenjika's body was much healthier, she could bear more training intensity. After breakfast, they returned to the original place and practiced for 2 more hours. After accompanying the girl to the city library for an hour of self-study and lunch, Lu Qing came to the gate of Gushan Martial Arts School. Before he walked in, he saw a black Audi in front of him. The driver hurriedly opened the door and got off, asking respectfully, "Are you Mr. Lu? The chairman asked me to take you to the special training place." Sure enough, it's a special car. Lu Qing didn't refuse. After confirming that Qin Rui would go by himself, he got in the car and sat at the back of the passenger seat. Looking at the scenery passing by, they came to an inconspicuous temple at the foot of Shushan. "Little Lu, you're here." Wei Renjie personally waited outside. Lu Qing was a little flattered and smiled politely, "Chairman, you don't have to wait outside. I'm not a kid who doesn't know the way." Wei Renjie handed the briefcase to his secretary and led Lu Qing into the temple. "I just happened to come out. This time, I've selected 13 potential amateur fighters and invited Little Sun, a professional 9th pin fighter, to be the chief instructor." While talking, Lu Qing saw a martial arts field paved with white flagstones. He saw Zhou Zhengyao and other disciples of other martial arts schools and an old monk in a gray frock. "This is the abbot of the Bodhi Zen Temple, Master Wenguang. When he was young, he traveled all over the north and south and was quite famous. He even got a 6th pin certificate. He's a famous senior in Shushan and also the other instructor I invited." Wei Renjie introduced him with a smile. Wenguang put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. I'm old. I'm not as brave as I used to be, let alone a young hero like Donor Lu." When he was talking, Lu Qing suddenly felt that the monk in front of him was a little taller, with layers of glazed golden light, as if Arhat Buddha had come down to earth. People couldn't help but worship him. But in reality, Wenguang's body didn't change at all. Is this a sign of something else? Is this the suppression of momentum or the secret of the mind? Lu Cheng's pupils shrank. Chapter 296. Facing monk Wenguang, Wei Renjie didn't react at all. Lu Cheng, on the other hand, felt more and more like a Buddha. He could think rationally and sense that something was wrong, but he didn't have the slightest intention to fight. When two martial artists were facing each other, if they didn't have the intention to fight, it would be hard for them to get excited and react quickly, which would cause them to be slow in blocking. Fortunately, Wenguang just stood there with a smile and looked at Lu Qing leisurely. He didn't intend to make a move. Lu Qing tried to visualize the scene of condensing water into ice, but the lake in his heart strangely reflected a golden Buddha statue with hand seals. It was grand, solemn, bright, and solemn, suppressing all distracting thoughts. Interesting. Thinking quickly, he made a decision. He sank his spirit and connected with the Jin Dan, magnifying its own mood. The scenery around him changed and became deep and boundless. Lu Qing only felt that his heart was like a blue planet floating in the dark and cold darkness. The golden Buddha statue was in the center with a compassionate expression and benevolent eyes. Humph. His thoughts rose and touched the grand sun, making his heart and the Buddha statue quickly become small. Soon, Lu Qing saw the galaxy, the Milky Way, and the boundless bright starry sky. At this scale, the golden Buddha statue had disappeared without a trace. He couldn't see it at all. Your body and name will be destroyed, but the rivers and rivers will last forever. Wenguang's leisurely and warm smile suddenly froze. He found that Lu Qing in front of him became empty and deep, making him feel like he was looking at the night sky. While his heart was broadened, he inexplicably felt the grandeur of nature and his own insignificance. The countless stars that dotted the night sky were like Lu Cheng's eyes, quietly and indifferently looking at her. Drip. Wen Guang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It slid down his face and fell to the ground, splashing everywhere. His body swayed, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. He loosened the hand seal that he was secretly making and stumbled back 2 steps. Master Wen Guang. Only then did Wei Renjie notice that the atmosphere was a little strange. Wen Guang stopped and opened his eyes. He looked at Lu Qing in astonishment, only to see this cool and steady young man with a faint smile on his face. His momentum was restrained and he looked normal. The smell of the starry sky just now was like an illusion. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Wen Guang gave a wry smile and put his palms together. I saw that benefactor Lu was young and full of vigor, so I couldn't help but test him secretly. I didn't expect to suffer a loss. This was an imposing manner attack combined with part of the gist of trueness of the Buddhist sect's valiant virtues secret method. Initially, he thought that a young man who had just entered level 8, no matter how outstanding his combat power was and how close he was to level 7, would have no way to resist it. He would have to rely on stimulating his qi and blood to destroy his body to get rid of it. Who would have thought that the other party's imposing manner was as deep as the abyss and as deep as the mountains, like the boundless starry sky above his head, was actually more powerful than him. After the 8th pin, firstly, the body would develop in the direction of training the root pulp. Secondly, the spirit, qi, blood, and force would gradually deepen the integration, laying a solid foundation for the external connection. During this process, there would naturally be layers of miraculous effects. For example, some 7th pin members would have absolute reaction to danger and malice within a certain range, and some 6th pin members would have imposing means without the use of secret spiritual methods. Wen Guang did not expect to experience the feeling of a senior rank 6 from a young man who had just entered rank 8. Hearing this, Lu Qing smiled slightly. You're too kind. Master, you're being modest. The higher the level of martial arts, the richer the means would be. No need for modesty, no need for modesty. Monks don't lie. You are indeed a genius with unlimited potential. Wen Guang chanted the name of Buddha and paid his respects to Wei Renjie. This poor monk will take his leave now. Watching him walk into the meditation hall, Zhou Zhengyao and the other special training members were a little stunned. They had experienced Master Wen Guang's means in the past 2 days and had almost worshipped him like a bodhisattva or arhat. However, such a powerful senior rank, 6 mighty one, a senior of Shushan, actually suffered in front of Lu Qing. Although Master Wen Guang was old and his physical condition was deteriorating, his short burst of power was not much worse than that of a 6th pin in his prime. While they were still in shock and doubt, Wei Renjie calmed down and took out the secret books and diagrams of the internal training method for Lu Qing to browse first so that it would be convenient for him to guide them later. At this time, Qin Rui, Dai Linfeng, and Su Rongfei, the 3 disciples of Gushan Martial Arts School, arrived and noticed the strange scene. What happened just now? Dai Linfeng pulled a disciple of Fuguang Martial Arts School and whispered. This disciple did not hide anything and described Master Wen Guang's strange behavior and words. Qin Rui and the others were stunned as if they were listening to a legend. This is not scientific. They secretly sighed. Is it because the more you know Lu Qing, the more unfathomable he is? Soon, Lu Qing finished reading the internal training methods provided by the Foundation and found that it was much more inferior than his own Thunder Roar Zen. It was almost impossible to practice Tremor Punch with it. Well, let's start practicing. I'll watch first. Lu Qing put away the diagrams and smiled at the special training members who were standing in 3 rows. Qin Rui and Dai Linfeng took the lead and answered in unison, yes, Instructor Lu. Their voices were loud and clear, echoing in the quiet Zen temple without any reluctance. In a room deep in the Zen temple, Wen Guang typed on the keyboard with 2 fingers and wrote an email. Got in touch with the target. Great potential, almost as good as Penrun. After 4 hours of guidance, Lu Qing changed his clothes and took a car to the villa area by the backwater lake to pick up Yan Zhika. She had relatives in the afternoon, so she couldn't meet Gu Shuang and the others in advance. Nervous? After a short while, he saw his girlfriend walking out gracefully in a white cotton dress and a pair of canvas shoes, emphasizing the feeling of a young girl and the artistic style of youth. Yan Zhika rolled her eyes. Why should I be nervous? Anyway, they all know you are my Cheng. My nervousness comes from lack of confidence. Facing Cheng's friends, I am quite confident. They chatted and laughed, took a taxi to the place where they were treating guests to dinner, Drunken Beauty Mountain. According to the message sent by Gu Shuang, they found the private room directly. In the private room, Qin Rui had already arrived and was talking cheerfully with Fatty Jiang, Tao Xiaofei and Du Liu. From time to time, he would steal glances at the mature and beautiful Gu Shuang opposite him. Xing Jingjing sat between the petite and pretty Song Li and her best friend Gu Shuang. Although she looked indifferent, there was nothing unusual about her. She was whispering something to her 2 friends. From time to time, she would accompany Jiang Fei and the others to reminisce about the past in the No. 1 high school. She heard the footsteps first. When she turned around, she happened to see the door open and Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika walking in hand. Jiang Fei subconsciously held his breath. He saw that the girl he had seen before was even more beautiful than she was in the past. She was even more beautiful than she was in his memory. However, she was less polite and courteous. Her eyebrows were more lively, and her eyes were filled with the taste of the mortal world. His good friend was not tall, but he was tall enough. He was not handsome, but he was pleasing to the eye. He was calm and gentle, confident and modest. The 2 of them walked in side by side, their fingers interlocked. It was like a scene from a TV series was imprinted in his eyes. They were a perfect match. The melancholy and sadness in Jiang Fei's heart completely disappeared. The room was quiet for a while. When Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika walked to their seats, Du Liu picked up his wine glass and said with a smile, Cheng, you have to apologize to me. You can use tea as wine and toast me 3 times. Before the others could say anything, he explained, it's your fault for being so good. Your girlfriend always praises you in front of our Song Li. In the end, I'm the one who suffers. There's no harm without comparison. Song Li's favorite thing to say now is that you should learn from Cheng, blah blah blah. Before he could finish, Song Li pinched him and glared at him. Lu Cheng looked at Yan Zhika with a smile. He did not expect her to praise him in front of her best friend so often. Yan Zhika turned her head and raised her chin. She did not respond. Okay, these 3 glasses deserve it. Lu Cheng replied cheerfully. When he was about to pick up his glass, Gu Shuang touched the roulette table with the bottom of her glass and said with a smile, let's toast together. I wish that Cheng and Ku will always be united and grow old together. What kind of line is that? Yan Zhika scolded Gu Shuang. Hee, I wish you all the best. Gu Shuang cheekily encouraged the others to toast them. Tao Xiaofei and the others were eager to see the world in chaos. They said in unison, I wish the 2 newlyweds will be of one heart and grow old together, ha ha ha. Lu Cheng looked at Yan Zhika with a smile and egged her on, drink up. You all the best. You all the best. Yan Zhika gritted her teeth and glared at him. She took a deep breath and generously accepted the toast. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Everyone talked and laughed and joked with each other. In the end, they even urged Lu Cheng and Yan Zhika to drink cross-cupped wine. Because of the spy Lu Cheng, the girl could not resist. She had to cross her arms shyly and drink a glass of juice with him. Time flew by after the gathering. Lu Cheng practiced his martial arts step by step, taught the VIP class, and gave pointers to the special training. From time to time, he would visit his grandparents, as well as visit his elders like Director Xing and the others. Of course, the most important thing was his date with Yan Zhika. Because his house was not safe, he could only consider the girl's bedroom. The number of times they made out could be counted on one hand. But every time, Lu Qing remembered it clearly and was very satisfied. In the blink of an eye, August was coming to an end. The summer vacation was coming to an end. Lu Qing habitually came to the backwater lake to practice. But when school was about to start, Yan Zhika was asked by her grandparents to stay for a short while. She would not come back until 2 days later. Thinking of his little fairy, Lu Qing calmed down and visualized the scene of a prairie fire burning the earth. He felt a burning pain in his body and the changes in his muscles and fascia occurred naturally. Without the help of the Jin Dan, he successfully grasped the essence and charm of the prairie fire picture and the Zhurong picture in just over 20 days. At the end of the practice, Lu Qing adjusted his muscles and wriggled his organs to make the corresponding changes of the prairie fire picture. He let the flames surge and then sketched in his mind the god with the head of a beast and the feet of a human. The flames quieted down as if they were suppressed and tamed to the extreme. Lu Qing took a step forward and punched the void with his right fist. Boom! An explosion rang out, and with his fist as the center, a few waves of fire rolled out, the burning intent distorting the light. Lu Qing withdrew his hand and stopped with satisfaction. He turned around and left. With the lake behind him, he was full of anticipation for the start of school. National University Martial Arts Competition, here I come. Pengliyun, Renli, here I come. Chapter 297. The cool morning breeze blew away the aura of the autumn tiger. Yan Shaoling dragged her luggage and left the registration area. She followed the senior in front of her and found her dorm, Block 2, Unit 3, Room 401. She was wearing a loose white t-shirt with a knot at the bottom. She was wearing high heels. She was not as active and cheerful as she was on the internet. Instead, she was as quiet as a quail. After thanking the senior, she pushed open the half-closed door and found Room A. As soon as she entered, her vision blurred and she saw a black kitten running past her. She jumped up in fright and screamed. But when she turned around to look at the door, searching for the black cat, her eyes met with a pair of round spectacles. Yan Shaoling tilted her body and tilted her head. She looked around the empty living room but couldn't find the kitten from earlier. Did you see a cat? It's so black and it runs so fast. She blurted out to her roommate in front of her. She should be my roommate. She thought suspiciously, because this girl with round glasses was dressed in dull and old-fashioned clothes. She seemed to have left home in a hurry and brought the wrong clothes for her elders. You must be seeing things, the girl with the round glasses answered calmly. Probably. Yan Shaoling looked around again but still couldn't find the black kitten. She smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Yan Shaoling. From now on, we're roommates." The girl with the round glasses nodded. "He's the bed by the window." She pointed to the left. "Box?" Yan Shaoling didn't understand and asked back. "Look at the name list on the door." He had round glasses and a round face. "There's a name list on the door." Yan Shaoling turned her head and saw a piece of paper with black words on a white background. "He, you're turning into a box. That's my nickname." He pushed up her glasses and smiled politely. "How can you be sure that you're in room A without looking at the name list?" Yan Shaoling was stunned for a few seconds and answered weakly, "Intuition." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a flash of light in He's glasses. She almost had the illusion that she would be called a retard. But, my intuition is right." At this moment, another young lady came in from outside the door. She was dressed in a white Han costume with red patterns. She had a pretty face and was brimming with youth. One is dressed like an auntie, and the other is dressed in traditional Chinese clothing. Can I say that this is indeed the Academy of Arts? They are all so independent and unique. But they are all good-looking, including me. Cough. Yan Xiaoling was lost in her thoughts until the new girl introduced herself. Hello, I am Mu Jinyan. I arrived last night. Hello, I'm Yan Xiaoling. Yan Xiaoling happily replied, almost rushing up to shake hands with the other person. What to do? They're all taller than me. Even though I've already put on my combat boots. At the same time, she thought sadly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yan Xiaoling took out her phone and browsed the forum. She saw many replies. Let's go to the martial arts club and watch the live broadcast of Lu Cheng. Brat, don't be a coward. If you don't dare, I'll call you Cowardly Ling in the future. Either you broadcast what you see in the martial arts club or you broadcast eating sh*t. It's your choice. Damn it. Why did I say that I would go to the martial arts club to film Lu Cheng as soon as I arrived at Songqing University? I'm sorry, I'm sad. Yan Xiaoling looked at the urging of Brahman and others. She was excited, and nervous. See my idol. See my idol. She raised her head and asked without much hope, what's the matter? I'm going to the martial arts club. Are you coming with me? Normal freshmen should be more concerned about military training at this time. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard two answers in unison, okay. Okay. Yan Xiaoling looked at the round-faced girl, He, and then at the aloof Mu Jinyan. She suddenly didn't know how to react. I just asked casually. Soon, she came to her senses and found courage in the company of her two roommates. She beamed with joy and said, then let's go now. As for the luggage, I'll pack it when I come back. La, Lu Cheng, I'm coming. Walking across the square, the long bridge, and the teaching area, the three girls arrived at the martial arts club. Since the school hadn't officially started yet, they found that there were few people in the stadium. Only a few people were putting up slogans. The slogans were red and black, filling the stadium with burning passion. The content of the slogans was similar, and they all set the goal, national final match. Seeing these words, Yan Xiaoling felt her blood boiling. She subconsciously moved closer to them and suddenly felt that the boy who was directing this work was quite familiar. I know you. She stammered for a long time before she finally shouted out excitedly. Kai Zongming glanced at the girl with a lowly face and thought half doubtfully and half proudly, do I have fans? Did I get them with my face? Before he could say anything, Yan Xiaoling added, you're Lu Cheng's classmate, right? You were interviewed by the TV station together. I've watched that video many times. Kai Zongming reached out to cover his face and said half-jokingly, have I fallen to this point? Do I have to rely on the identity of Lu Cheng's classmate to identify myself? Yan Xiaoling first took a few photos of the martial arts club and posted them on the forum. Then she plucked up the courage to ask, where's Lu Cheng? Mu Jinyan beside her also spoke at this time, where's Lin Ke? He, on the other hand, was seriously looking at the surroundings. Kai Zongming sighed and spread out his hands, the special training hasn't officially started yet. Of course, they've found a place to practice by themselves. Then why are you here? Yan Xiaoling blurted out in disappointment. It took me a lot of courage to come here. Why am I here? I have to be here. I'm the president of the martial arts club. Kai Zongming answered, annoyed and amused. You're the president? Yan Xiaoling almost showed a look of, who do you think you are? Mu Jinyan was also a little confused. What's wrong? I don't look like the president. Kai Zongming didn't get angry at being questioned. He smiled and said, yes, you don't look like the president. I think so myself too. Our last president graduated in his 4th year. Normally speaking, the successor should be selected from the few people with the highest martial arts skills. Only in this way can the public be convinced. But damn, one of them said it was too troublesome, and the other didn't even say anything. He just took a look and left. I wanted to decline, but the teacher said that the school had already decided. How can a good substitute like me become the president of the martial arts club? Influenced by Comrade Zhao Chang, he also learned some sentence patterns. Oh, very Lin K. Mu Jinyan smiled. This is Lin K's fan. Yan Xiaoling puffed out her small chest and smiled happily, also very Lin K. Haha, thank you for your hard work. After that, she added a patting on the shoulder emoji in her heart. After chatting for a while, they became more familiar with Kai Zongming. Yan Xiaoling gradually showed her true colors and asked with expectation, when does the martial arts club start classes? Can I sign up now? You're freshman, right? You have to wait for the military training to have a unified enrollment. Kai Zongming just said a few words when he suddenly saw two familiar figures coming over. He hurriedly raised his hand to greet them, Senior Brother Sun. Senior Sister Lin. Sun Jian laughed and said, You're indeed the new president. You're so dutiful. We just passed by and found you. Serving the people. Kai Zongming pretended to be serious and amused everyone. Senior Brother Sun, Senior Sister Lin, I thought you would be busy with writing papers and looking for jobs this semester and wouldn't come to the martial arts club. Relying on his outgoing and talkative personality, he had a good relationship with the special training members of the martial arts club. Sun Jian's eyes were in a trance for a moment, and then he smiled and said, After 4 years in college, we want to leave a good ending. Our martial arts club is competitive in the country with 2 Dan stage fighters. We'll definitely surpass the previous year's results. We're here to freeload on Lu Cheng and Lin K. For the national finals. For the national finals. Kai Zongming reached out and bumped with them, his eyes full of longing and expectation. Looking at them, Yan Xiaoling suddenly wished that it was November soon. Alas, I didn't see Lu Cheng at the first moment. Out of the martial arts arena, Yan Xiaoling was still in melancholy. He said thoughtfully, the collision of muscles and hot blood, I really want to write an essay. You can write essays? Yan Xiaoling looked at her roommate in surprise. Not only can I write, but I can also speak. When we're close, I'll make you cry. He smiled slightly. What a strange roommate. Yan Xiaoling rubbed her face and quickly turned her thoughts away. How annoying. I didn't even see Lu Cheng. Not bad, practice makes perfect. Beside Weishui Lake, Geyser crossed his arms and watched his silly disciple use Zhu Rong force. Lu Cheng put away his stance and smiled slightly complacently. Then he made a request, Master, I think I've awakened my supernatural ability for the second time. Chapter 298. The morning heat had yet to set in and the cool breeze by the lake was refreshing. Geyser was amused by Lu Cheng's request. I knew you couldn't hold back. You haven't even learned the martial arts of Dan stage and you're already thinking about awakening your supernatural ability. Go ahead and do it. I'll be watching over you. Nothing will go wrong. Hee. Lu Cheng chuckled and didn't talk back to his master. After the White World incident, he had full confidence in his master's strength. He had already analyzed the pros and cons of which supernatural ability he should improve first and made up his mind. The supernatural ability of frost. He chose the lesser of the two evils. The human body's ability to withstand cold was obviously stronger than its resistance to burning fire. This time, what came out of squeezing the Jin Dan wasn't necessarily something like hot current or cold tide. It was highly likely that they would materialize. Lu Cheng calmed down and walked to the lakeside to avoid accidentally causing a fire. He first adjusted his fascia, muscles, and internal organs to create a burning sensation caused by the prairie fire picture. The power of flame in his body grew stronger and turned from a current to a tide. Then he visualized Jurong, who had an animal head and a human body, and stepped on a red dragon. He turned the suppressive and tyrannical charm of the Commander of Flames into physical and mental changes and controlled the flame that was about to fly away. Bang! Bang! He swung his fists left and right, continuously bombarding the air in front of him with his fists, creating waves of crimson flames. From afar, it looked like fireworks. Geyser stood at the side, holding a silver wine pot, leisurely enjoying the new batch of filial gifts brought by his foolish disciple. After countless punches, the air in the air was so hot that it could distort the light and make the surrounding mist look like a dream. Lu Cheng's power of flame had reached its limit and was almost exhausted. He didn't hesitate and repeated the previous process with a firm will. He twisted his waist and swung his arms, visualized Jurong, and threw a blast punch forward. Bang! As the airflow dispersed, the Jindan in Lu Cheng's body was affected. First, it expanded outward, making its nebula dazzling. Then, it quickly shrank, shaking out several layers of grand suns on the outside, turning them into flying meteors. Following the force, they rushed outward. With a boom, the surface of the lake surged, and a pillar of fire shot up a few meters high. The surroundings were filled with white smoke, as if it was real. This. Geyser's mouth was half open. He even forgot to tilt the wine pot beside him. Was this still the performance of a 7th grade or 8th grade supernatural ability? Even an inhuman-level fire force wouldn't be this powerful. The pillars of fire quickly scattered, turning into waves that covered the surface of the lake by the shore, making it seem like it was draped in a red cassia. After a full 5 seconds, everything returned to normal. On the long bridge, several students who happened to be studying in the teaching area rubbed their eyes and gave up the idea of calling the fire alarm. They suspected that they were hallucinating. At this time, the golden core rotated in a balanced manner, throwing out the excess ice crystals. They disintegrated into cold and were released into the host's body. Lu Cheng immediately lost consciousness. Everything was dark and silent. It was not until a warm current poured into his head from the top of his head, protecting his brain and heart, that he slowly recovered from the feeling of his mind being frozen. He heard the violent beating of his heart and the splashing sound of his blood flowing like a river. He experienced the natural change of ice floating on the surface of the water and gradually melting. A few dozen seconds later, his qi and blood surged, alleviating the coldness and nurturing vitality, reviving all things. T. Lu Cheng's teeth chattered and he shivered. He saw his master withdraw his left hand from his head. Geyser frowned and said, "Fortunately, you didn't try it yourself. You can awaken the power of blaze next month." Lu Cheng nodded while trembling. He had no objection to his master's words. If it wasn't for the old man's help just now, he would most likely have suffered severe frostbite that affected his internal organs. Even if he didn't die, his body would have collapsed. The backlash from the Jindan this time was several times more severe than he had expected. Fortunately, he didn't force himself. And when his body adapted to the frost and improved its strength, it would be much safer to awaken the power of blaze next month. As for the third awakening, I think the thing in your body will collapse by itself. I'm afraid the backlash will be terrible. You haven't reached the physical invulnerability stage, so don't try it. Geyser reminded him. Then he smiled and said, "Do you want to drink some wine to warm yourself up?" "Hey, didn't you quit drinking?" "No, I have hot water." Lu Cheng regained the ability to speak. "I know. Yen girl has been waiting over there." Geyser clicked his tongue and put away the wine jug. He put his hands behind his back and walked to the long bridge. This kid's supernatural ability awakening process is a bit strange. I still don't know enough about cultivation. I have to ask them to get me some information as soon as possible. When he left, he deliberately coughed twice to remind the girl in the woods. Yen Jika's face turned red because of his teasing. She walked out with a down jacket and a thermos. She approached Lu Cheng and helped him put on his clothes. Then she asked with concern, "Are you okay?" She knew Lu Cheng was going to try to awaken the power of frost today. Although she knew Coach Sure would be there and nothing would happen, she was still worried and couldn't calm down. In the end, she chose to be prepared and wait nearby. "Fortunately, my master is here." Lu Cheng didn't directly mention the danger just now. He took the thermos from the girl and couldn't wait to take a sip. He felt the warmth flowing down his throat and rippling. It was indescribably comfortable. Yen Jika breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at her boyfriend. "Why are you in such a hurry to awaken your supernatural ability? Your martial arts progress hasn't slowed down." That being said, she could guess what was on Lu Cheng's mind. He awakened his supernatural ability so that he could catch up with Peng Liyun faster. Otherwise, when Peng Liyun stepped into the inhuman stage, it would be even more difficult for him to defeat him in college. "You should know why I'm in such a hurry to awaken my supernatural ability." Lu Cheng answered with a smile and took another sip of hot water. Yen Jika pursed her lips and stared at him. She smiled first and warmly changed the topic. "After this awakening, how much has your power of frost improved?" "My body hasn't recovered yet, so I don't know. I guess that even if I don't use the frost force, I can hurt people with my supernatural ability. But the effect may not be so good." Lu Cheng completely recovered and moved his hands and feet. Yen Jika pecked his head and suddenly smiled. "Yen Shaoling has been to the martial arts club." "What?" Lu Cheng was confused. "That, Eternal Nightfall, the moderator of your forum. She posted a live post about her experience in the martial arts club." Yen Jika looked at her boyfriend with a smile. Lu Cheng didn't know why he was a little scared by her smile. He hurriedly said, "Idols have to keep a distance from fans, or they will find all kinds of bad things about them. Then fans will change their minds and turn against them." "What are you talking about?" "I didn't mention anything." Yen Jika blinked and looked innocent, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. Lu Cheng quickly changed to a serious face. "I'm just explaining my views and principles. By the way, Ku, are you going to participate in the amateur ranking event in the middle of this month?" Yen Jika didn't continue the previous topic. She looked up and shook her head. "No, Humph. I've been praised by you so often that I've become a little arrogant. I think the ranking event of amateur first pin should be easy and not difficult at all. It can't be used for actual combat practice, so I'm not going to participate. I think I'm going to sign up for the ranking event of professional 9th pin at the end of October. It may be difficult." Lu Cheng said truthfully. After the initiation of the internal training method, Ku's physical quality improved rapidly. Coupled with the family inheritance of her martial arts, her comprehensive strength had indeed surpassed the level of amateur first pin. But to get the professional 9th pin, she was still a little bit lacking. After a few months, she would be more stable after she mastered the meteor force. "I know. I didn't expect to get the certificate this time. I'm just going to fight against masters and gain experience," Yen Jika said with bright eyes and high spirits. She was full of enthusiasm for martial arts. "Okay. Find a chance to compete this month and beat 2 fighters of amateur first pin. Otherwise, you won't be able to sign up." Lu Cheng gathered his clothes and drank the hot water. He held the girl's hand and walked to the long bridge with a smile. His steps were a little light. "I'll book the hotel and make sure you're ready for the professional 9th pin competition." Hearing this, Yen Jika couldn't help but think of the previous experience. That touching, warm and somewhat charming scene. She subconsciously turned her head to the side and spat. She didn't say anything. She believed that idiot Cheng could control himself and wouldn't affect her state of mind in the competition. As for after the competition, Humph, it depends on his performance. Lu Cheng noticed the girl's attitude and felt happy and full of expectations. After school started, the two of them could stick to each other every day again, but correspondingly, they would lose their private space. Lu Qing respected the girl and would not cross the line. Since he was a little greedy, he could only hope for similar opportunities. Alas, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Following this topic, Yenjika asked curiously when they stepped on the long bridge, Cheng, are you going to participate in the 7th pin competition at the end of October? This was the ranking event of the district, not held in Songcheng. Probably not. Lu Qing didn't hide his intention. Why not? Yenjika was quite surprised. In her opinion, with her boyfriend's cultivation speed, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds in the 2 months before the end of October after he obtained the dance stage cultivation method and the corresponding martial arts. Coupled with the second awakening of his supernatural ability, it was very likely that he would get the 7th pin certificate. There was no need to wait until April next year. This was her confidence in Lu Qing. I want to give Peng Liyun a surprise. Lu Qing exhaled and shared his truest thoughts. Once he participated in the ranking event at the end of October and the beginning of November, he would reveal most of his strength. At worst, he could directly sign up for the 6th pin competition next time. Anyway, his record was enough. If it were not his little fairy but someone else, they would definitely laugh at his naivety. Give Peng Liyun a surprise? Yenjika looked up again. You want to leave a shadow of failure in the division competition? Yes, but I can't do it by myself. I have to join hands with your cousin. Lu Qing looked forward and took off his down jacket. His body was very weak, but he walked steadily. Peng Liyun is very likely to stay at the 6th pin level before the winter vacation. This is our chance. By then, I will improve in all aspects and at least reach the top 7th pin level. Your cousin won't be too slow either. I guess he will be at the 7th pin level. With the two of us taking turns to fight, we have a chance to defeat Peng Liyun, who has been going smoothly since entering university. We can suppress his will, affect his confidence in winning, and delay his breakthrough to the inhuman level. Only in this way, we won't face the monster who can defeat everyone in the nationals next April. We can keep our hope. Hearing this, Yenjika turned her head to look at Lu Qing beside her. Looking at his chiseled profile and his eyes that were staring straight ahead, she was a little absent-minded for a moment. After a few seconds, she smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you say you don't care about the topic of the heavenly sons of China?" Lu Qing snorted and answered generously, "Which martial artist isn't competitive? I'm also a martial artist. I don't care and I'm not blindly arrogant, but it doesn't mean I'm competing to prove Peng Liyun's talent." Chapter 299. Lu Qing was driven back to his dormitory by Yenjika, who told him to have a good rest and try to recover as soon as possible. He sniffed and opened the door. To his surprise, he saw old Qiu Zhigao, still in the dormitory. "You didn't go to study?" Lu Qing asked in surprise, putting down his down jacket and thermos cup. "Did the sun rise from the west today?" Wasn't old Qiu's catchphrase, "A day's work begins in the morning"? Qiu Zhigao kept moving the mouse in front of the computer screen and said without turning his head, "Grab something." "What are you grabbing?" Lu Qing laughed and opened the wardrobe. He folded the down jacket and put it in a corner. Mo Jingting's concert tickets. Start at 9:30 sharp. Qiu Zhigao stared at the screen. He had been thinking about finding a girlfriend since he entered university. But the one he liked didn't like him, and the one who liked him didn't like him. So he could only stay single and focus on studying and idols. Mo Jingting. Lu Qing curled his lips and said, "Where is the concert?" After returning to Xing province from Moshang, this martial niece had not contacted him much. She only sent him a message once in a while to show her presence. This was indeed a good thing for him. A person's energy was limited. How could he have time to deal with other girls? Songcheng. Don't you know? She just announced a few days ago that she will hold a concert in Songcheng in November. You can't miss it. Old Qiu said excitedly, "It's starting, it's starting." Songcheng. Lu Cheng's brows furrowed, but soon relaxed. It didn't matter. The university martial arts competition would start in November. Based on the school's previous record, most of the matches would be away games. They would hardly be in Songqing on weekends. This was the mode of avoiding harassment. According to his master, he and Lin Kei would take turns to control the field in the first stage of the division competition to train the substitutes. Yeah. Why else would I grab the tickets? What a good opportunity. Old Chiu said and suddenly felt sad and angry. That bastard bought the tickets at a high price. If you didn't grab the tickets, would you buy them? Lu Qing asked with a smile. He summoned his remaining courage to lie down on the bed and let himself fall into the soft quilt. Old Chiu gritted his teeth for a while. Buy. Save some money. True love. Lu Qing praised inwardly. Old Chiu's family background was similar to his before he started practicing martial arts. His family background was average. As a student, he focused on self-study and had no source of income. He was supported by the living expenses provided by his family. This was saving from the rations. In order not to disturb old Chiu, he didn't say anything more. He took out his phone, unlocked it, and saw that Yen Zhika had sent a photo of her cleaning in the dormitory. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face as he typed a few words of praise for his little fairy. While the girl was too busy to reply to his message, Lu Qing leisurely opened the forum and entered the Longhu Club. He browsed the news of the top professional competitions and the mighty ones with titles such as the Dragon King. As a martial artist whose goal was to attain physical invulnerability, he wasn't just interested in these things. It was also closely related to him. As for his own fan forum, there were very few people at the moment, and almost no one paid attention to things that were not related to him, so it was difficult to obtain similar information. God, please tell me which one of these two houses is better. This was the first post that Lu Qing saw. He couldn't help but think of his mother. It had been almost a month since she said that she wanted to buy a house, but she still hadn't made a decision. She even expanded the range of options, no longer limited to the original neighborhood. So troublesome. Fortunately, I have already transferred 400,000 yuan to her. Lu Qing criticized his mother silently and thought of his own savings. Since his personal coaching fee had increased to 3,000 yuan per hour, the previously enthusiastic crowd had become realistic and lost their enthusiasm. He had only earned a little more than 40,000 yuan in this area. Including the remaining 20,000 yuan from the part-time job and the original balance, after deducting all expenses, he still had more than 290,000 yuan left. He didn't have to worry about money for now. He browsed the post just now and wrote down the valuable replies. He planned to teach his mother over the phone tonight. He exited the post and scrolled down. He saw a popular post from Unparalleled Dragon King. The battle of the heavenly sons of the age is about to begin. Lu Qing vs Peng Liyun. There are still 2 months before the opening of the university martial arts competition, and at least 3 months before the battle with Shanbei. Someone is already paying attention to this matter. And it has become a hot topic in the Longhu Club forum. Lu Qing took a deep breath. At this moment, old Chiu jumped up and cheered loudly, I got it. I got it. In the male dormitory of Shanbei University. Su Wanyan, the president of the martial arts club, stood downstairs, looking at his phone and browsing the Battle of the Heavenly Sons of the Age, forwarded by others. I'm looking forward to it. He sighed with great interest and then called Peng Liyun, junior brother Peng, come down quickly. We're going to gather for training. We're all waiting for you. Okay. Peng Liyun said concisely. As soon as he finished his words, Su Wanyan saw a figure jump out of the window of a dormitory on the 5th floor. Not again. Su Wanyan covered his face and sighed. The freshmen screamed one after another, he jumped off the building. He jumped off the building. Someone jumped off the building. In midair, the figure suddenly expanded like a rock spreading its wings. It glided forward in a small margin. Then he landed firmly on the ground, which seemed to shake the surroundings. "Let's go." Peng Liyun jumped to Su Wanyan's side and greeted him with a smile. Su Wanyan looked at the place where Peng Liyun had landed and found no obvious traces. He couldn't help but be shocked and worship junior brother Peng's strength again. "He's getting stronger and stronger." The freshmen were silent as if they had seen a monster. At this moment, the dormitory manager rushed out of the door and shouted, "Peng Liyun, why didn't you take the stairs again? What if you scared the others?" Peng Liyun shrunk his shoulders and didn't show a cold expression. He just smiled and said, "I was thinking about a problem. It was a difficult problem, so I took a shortcut." "Shortcut?" The freshmen around all opened their mouths wide. Su Wanyan held back his laughter and apologized to the dormitory manager. "I'll take care of him," he said as he pulled Peng Liyun away from the crime scene. "What do you think of this post?" Since it was a daily thing, he didn't mention what had just happened and handed his phone to Peng Liyun. Peng Liyun read it and laughed in a low voice, "It's very interesting. Just don't run into Lu Cheng." "Yeah, I'm worried when I think of my supernatural ability being restrained by him." Fortunately, Xiao Fang's body has also become a big Dan. Su Wanyan sighed. After the supernatural ability of Corvine Mouth became stronger, he had a certain chance of winning against professional 8th pin or even professional 7th pin. But if his supernatural ability lost its effect, his body as a top professional 9th pin fighter would definitely be no match for a mighty one of Dan's stage. He couldn't help gossiping, "Junior brother Peng, when will you reach the inhuman level? I heard that Renli is about to reach professional 6th pin and Lu Cheng is catching up very quickly." The competition for the champion of this year's martial arts competition was extremely fierce, but as long as junior brother Peng could reach high pin, everything would become simple again. As for whether Renli and Lu Cheng would reach the inhuman level in the next competition, it was not a problem for him to consider. "I've already graduated." Peng Liyun's face was clean and his eyes were clear. He looked at the clouds in the sky and said, "When will it be?" His eyes gradually lost focus and his movements became sloppy, as if he was moving forward by instinct. But he could accurately avoid obstacles like trees, small stones, and frolicking students. "Ah, junior brother Peng is in a daze again, and he has evolved to be in a daze while walking." Su Wanyan sighed helplessly and stopped thinking about the martial arts competition. He shifted his thoughts to the gathering area of the nightclubs in Pingjiang City and the girls with different characteristics. He pulled his collar, feeling a little hot. In the only university campus in Jiang City, Chu Hui, wearing a white shirt, floated 30 centimeters above the ground in the office of the martial arts club. He looked at the members in front of him and said with a faint smile, "What do you think? What do you think of the discussion?" The leading members and substitutes of the martial arts club were all silent, lowering their heads as if they had done something wrong. They didn't dare to speak. "Luo Hei's, you first." Chu Hui, who was also the coach of the martial arts club, had the authority to look down on others. Luo Hei's was tall and looked honest. The childishness on his face had disappeared. He touched Bangguang's head and said, "Those animals of Songqing University are growing too fast. Last year they were just walk-ons, but this year they have 2 Dan stage fighters, and Lu Cheng is close to professional 7th pin." It was like a dream. In the martial arts circle of universities, there were indeed geniuses and strong fighters, but the number and foundation were not enough. Dan stage fighters were rare in most schools. After all, this was the real beginning of martial arts. In a strong school like Jiang City, none of the professional 9th pin fighters in the first few years had reached Big Dan and Chi by the time they graduated. This showed how difficult it was to reach Dan's stage. But Songqing University Martial Arts Club had 2 Dan stage fighters in less than a year. Wasn't this bullying? This is other people's talent. You can't be envious. Chu Hui crossed his arms and said insincerely. Then he put on a serious face and said, Hey eyes, you're actually very talented. Even if you can't reach the inhuman level like Peng Liyun, Ren Li, Lu Cheng, and Lin Ke, you should at least reach Dan's stage now. But look at yourself. What the hell are you doing? You should stay away from those bad friends. Yes. Luo Hei's lowered his head. Being too shy to refuse people was his biggest flaw. After scolding Luo Hei's, Chu Hui looked at another member and frowned. Take it easy. You're also a person who has a chance to reach Dan's stage. Don't you want to go further before graduation? You'll live a good life in the future. Yin Xiangxi smiled bitterly and said, We've known each other for more than 3 years. Don't you know my character? His fighting style was aggressive. He would never defend unless he had no other choice. Even if the referee stopped him in time, he had been injured several times in the past few years. His martial arts practice lacked continuity, and his talent was gradually depleted. Both of them were troublesome. Chu Hui didn't say more. He stared at the phone on the desk like an eagle. When discussing the division, they only mentioned Shanbei and Songqing University, Peng Liyun, Fang Zhirong, Lu Cheng, and Lin Quebec. They completely ignored Sanjiang School. They completely ignored Chu Hui's existence. Sorry, I've also reached Dan's stage and my supernatural ability has improved. Shanbei, Songqing University, wait for my surprise. Chapter 300. 3 days later, when the freshmen started their military training, Lu Cheng, who had completely recovered from the backfire, stood by the Weishui Lake and looked at his master eagerly, waiting for him to teach him something about Dan's stage. In the last 2 morning exercises, he had focused on recovery cultivation. Gizershur paced a few steps with his hands behind his back and laughed, Not bad, you didn't open your mouth until now. As for the training of Dan's stage, we all have a consensus that it is a link between the past and the future. How should I say this? First, from the concealment of spirit and qi, to the direct transformation of spirit and qi, to promote the gradual integration of spirit and qi with qi, blood and force, to prepare for the external connection between heaven and earth. Second, to break the limit of the body, to constantly exceed the normal quality, to inner training of root pulp, to achieve miraculous results. Third, on this basis, speed, coordination, control and reaction will be greatly improved, and you will be able to combine the basic force techniques and corresponding punches and feet into moves. Turn it into a move? Lu Cheng asked in confusion. Don't I usually use moves? Gizershur took out a small flagon, took a sip, smacked his lips and said, Think about it, whether it's 24 blizzard strikes or thunder roar zen, there's nothing fancy about the punches and feet, isn't there? It's mainly about the force techniques, the method of borrowing force, and corresponding visualization. It's just the most basic movements, such as collapse, cannon, chop, whip, rush, punch, and so on. But in a fight, I will also combine them according to the situation. Don't these count as moves? Lu Cheng vaguely understood his master's meaning. Yes, these are the basic moves. Why else would the fighting style of Dan's stage be a link between the past and the future? Gizershur answered proudly. However, the moves of the Dan stage are the result of continuous improvement and refinement by generations of seniors. It's definitely better and more reasonable than your purely improvisational performance. The follow-up moves are all full of killing intent. Of course, you can't stick to the moves of your predecessors. No matter how strong they are, they still have to be used in actual combat. When you master them, you will be able to use them according to the situation at hand and combine them at will. You will be considered a master in this aspect. Lu Cheng asked blankly, Then what's the difference with me now? Both are specific responses to specific situations and can be combined at will. Of course it's different. It's just like how you read books. One of you knows nothing, so you just sit there and let your imagination run wild, winning by slapping your head. The other one has comprehended the knowledge of his predecessors and then started to think about his own things. Even if you happen to be involved in the same topic, it's still not the same. Geyser replied grumpily. The difference between a scientist and a civilian scientist. Lu Qing suddenly understood. Is this the three realms of seeing a mountain as a mountain, seeing a mountain as not a mountain, seeing a mountain as still a mountain? You're right. Geyser coughed twice. I'll start with visualization. You've already been exposed to the Dan stage, so it shouldn't be too difficult to master it. In terms of mental cultivation, you need to develop from the condensation stance to the ice mirror. It doesn't matter if you haven't learned the basics of the ice mirror yet. You just need to slowly integrate what you know into the condensation stance. Master, I'm almost at the beginner level of ice mirror. Lu Qing happily reported his progress. After the initial integration of mental, qi, blood, and force, and with the foundation of meditation, he had gradually found the feeling of practicing the ice mirror. Although it wasn't rapid progress, it seemed that he was about to reach the threshold. At most half a year, at least 2 or 3 months, there was hope for him to learn the basics. That's not what I want to hear. Geyser glared at him. When you learn the basics of the ice mirror, your mental cultivation will focus on it. You can use it until you're close to the physical invulnerability. As for the internal training of the body, hey, you've also learned the frozen ground map and the frozen river map. They're the contents before the inhuman level. Ah. Isn't this the frost force? Lu Qing was confused. Geyser smiled proudly. The external force is the frost force, and the internal force is the body training method. Why else would it be called the core force of the ice sect? I didn't tell you before because your body isn't strong enough to withstand the internal force. Once you train, you'll be injured and destroyed. This is also why from the Dan stage onwards, the martial arts practitioner's practice must be fixed. They must distinguish between the primary and the secondary. Force is the training method, which will affect the root pulp and change your body. If they're mixed and have conflicting natures, then the genes will collapse. Geyser, who was often in contact with military research, came up with a fashionable term. So it's like this. Lu Qing said thoughtfully. Master, I'm based on the balance of ice and fire. How can I prevent them from conflicting and causing problems with the root pulp? I don't have experience in this. Geyser's answer scared Lu Qing so much that he almost shivered. It's because you had to awaken the 2 supernatural abilities of ice and fire, and mix them with the things of cultivation. Before Lu Qing asked again, he smiled and said, but, it's not a problem. Your root pulp has changed long ago. Otherwise, how can you have supernatural abilities? Moreover, your supernatural abilities of ice and fire are under the influence of Longhu Immortal's relics and your Dan equilibrium. Haven't they been peaceful and without conflict? This shows that the foundation has been mixed and your body has adapted. As long as the difference between the two isn't to the extent that you lose control, your genes won't collapse. That scared me. Lu Qing wiped the non-existent cold sweat. Master, so I have to follow the fire attribute martial arts in the future? Yes, it's the same when you reach the physical invulnerability stage. Geyser nodded leisurely. Lu Qing was curious. Then what's the physical invulnerability force that corresponds to Zhu Rong force? How do I get it? Fire force, Emperor Yen force. Geyser answered with a smile. Emperor Yen force, why does it sound so familiar? Lu Qing blurted out. It'd be strange if it didn't. It's the Dragon King's specialty. Geyser coughed twice, straightened his body and put his hands behind his back. Oh, right. Lu Qing unconsciously spoke like Yen Zhika. When 2 people have been together for a long time, they would always influence each other in some aspects. After saying that, he realized something and asked in astonishment, this is the martial arts of the fire sect? The fire sect. The divine kung fu of the fire sect in the 5 sect unique skills of Taoism. It was different from the ice sect unique skill of the ice sect. It was called the fire sect itself. Yes, I've wasted a lot of my reputation and favors. Gizur nodded proudly, satisfied with his silly disciple's reaction. Lu Cheng was touched, but he knew that his master didn't want to hear words of gratitude, so he played along and said, "Master, you're so awesome. You can even get the martial arts of the fire sect." Master's face is a little old. Cough, it's still worth a lot. Gizur coughed happily and added, "And some people think highly of you, maybe they, what?" Lu Cheng asked. "Nothing, just a casual remark." Gizur said carelessly, "Let's continue with what we just said. The internal withdrawal is the reverse. First, we'll use the frozen river diagram, then the frozen ground diagram to influence the body. We'll practice more subtle things and gradually interfere with the root pulp. When we reach the inhuman level, we'll be able to change it little by little." He explained the inner practice of the Dan stage in detail, and laid out the differences between the Frost Force and the Zhurong Force. He gave a thorough explanation so that his disciple wouldn't make a mistake. After Lu Cheng tried a few times and confirmed that there were no problems, he continued to explain. There are two kinds of martial arts in the Dan stage. One is the combination of martial arts that I just mentioned. The other is close to physical invulnerability. When the force can be transformed into a substance and released from the body, it's the rough application of the force. Your supernatural ability is similar to this state. You can practice it in advance, although it won't be as powerful. You can practice 3 martial arts in the next few months. Gizur's face suddenly became serious. Lu Cheng held his breath and waited for his master to announce the 3 martial arts. Gizur cleared his throat and said, "The 13th move of the ice sect, Vast Snow. The 19th move, Cold Bite. The 26th move, Ice Burning." Hearing his master's words, Lu Cheng was excited and had an inexplicable feeling at the same time. This is the treatment of a disciple of a big sect. From this step onwards, even if he lost the Jin Dan, he would be able to shake off his previous opponents, such as Zhang Zhutong and Han Zhifei. With this blessing and gratitude, Lu Cheng was very focused on practicing. Unknowingly, he heard his master say, "Well, you can practice by yourself for a while. Remember, the special training officially starts today. Don't be late." Lu Cheng thought of something and stopped being arrogant. "Master, have you prepared the internal training method for the martial arts club?" He, Ku, and brother-in-law had it, but the others didn't. "I'm still thinking about it." Gizur took a sip of wine. Lu Cheng smiled. "Master, you don't have to worry about it. I've prepared one for everyone." "Where did you get it?" Gizur looked at his disciple from head to toe. "Didn't I go to Shushan to guide the special training? When I left, the chairman wanted to give me a reward. I thought that everyone still needs the internal training method, so I suggested using their special training method instead. Although it's not very good, it's enough." Lu Cheng explained with a smile. And this method could not only be used on his teammates in the martial arts club, but also on his friends and family. If they really wanted to follow this path but couldn't enter the Ice God sect, he wouldn't have to worry about not having something to teach them. Gizur snorted. "With your little contribution, you can exchange it for the internal training method? You only teach for 1 day a week." I also felt embarrassed and thought that I might ask for more money. In the end, Chairman Wei agreed immediately. "He's a good person." Lu Cheng praised. "He's a good person. Anyway, the internal training method doesn't belong to his family. It's a good deal to use the Foundation's things to make friends with a potential master like you," Gizur said with a smile. Lu Cheng laughed dryly and didn't answer. Ku had already analyzed this for him. "Then give me the diagram of the internal training method later." Gizur turned around. "I didn't expect you to care so much about the martial arts club. The internal training method at this level didn't touch on the essence and charm." Lu Cheng smiled and said, "We have a weak foundation. If we want to catch up with the strong martial arts schools, we have to make good use of everyone. You're so ambitious. Geezer sure scolded jokingly. Hey. Master, don't tell them the internal training method was provided by you. I'm afraid they'll feel uncomfortable when they see me in the future. Lu Qing requested. Yo, you're doing a good deed without leaving your name. Okay, that's it. Geezer sure waved his hand and walked to the long bridge. This is a kind of state. Lu Qing complained and turned back to train his strength. Chapter 301. After breakfast, Lu Qing took Yan Zhika's hand and walked to the martial arts arena happily, preparing for the first special training of the new semester. Feeling the strange gazes of the passing students, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. I haven't shown my love like this for a long time. It's so different to be able to date openly in school. What are you laughing at? Yan Zhika slightly raised her eyebrows and glanced at him in confusion. Lu Qing laughed and said, I'm proud to have a little fairy. Pfft. Yan Zhika couldn't help but laugh, feeling that Chen was really a hidden joker. The more time she spent with him, the more she felt this. Her mood improved again. Well, the sky was blue and the wind was clear. While talking and laughing, they arrived at the arena and walked through the gate. They saw several figures that shouldn't be here at this time. The leader was wearing a white shirt, a light gray suit, and a skirt. She had a slim figure and an outstanding appearance. Her short hair was just right, refreshing and pretty. She was Xu Rui, the reporter of Songqing TV station who had interviewed the martial arts club several times. Beside her, a small team was busy preparing for the shooting. Lu Qing and Yan Zhika looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Then they tacitly unclasped their hands to avoid being caught by the camera. Hi, Lu Qing. Xu Rui looked around and found an acquaintance. She immediately waved and greeted him happily. Reporter Xu, you're here for an interview so early? Lu Qing walked over curiously and asked. Yan Zhika followed him obediently with her hands behind her back and pricked up her ears. Xu Rui showed her dimples and said with a smile, It's not an interview. It's a program recording. A program recording? Lu Qing blurted out in surprise. What kind of program is there to record? Xu Rui showed her 8 teeth and said, You and Lin Ke have become the top group in the whole university martial arts circle. Songqing University Martial Arts Club will definitely advance in the division and even have the hope to enter the Final Four. You're the focus of everyone's attention. Haha, let me say good luck first. As the TV station of Songqing, how can we miss this focus? The leader has approved me to do a special program. Special? Lu Qing pondered over the word. Yan Zhika was also confused. Xu Rui chuckled. It's a documentary-type program. From now until April next year, I'll come here every few days to film something. I'll record your special training, practice, preparation, warm-ups, competitions, as well as your daily life. I'll show you your true selves from all aspects. When the time comes, I'll use this as material to make a special topic for you to participate in the national competition. Such a program. Lu Qing thought for a while and said, It sounds interesting. I've done some research, and many people are interested. Xu Rui replied with a smile. This program was planned by me. I planned it. Yan Zhika pursed her lips with a smile and watched quietly. She seemed to have seen reporter Xu's cocky tail. We'll try our best to cooperate. Lu Qing said politely and pointed to the team. I'll go over and gather first. No. Don't worry. It's just a coincidence that we met. Just a few words, just a few words. Student Yan, you can say something later. Xu Rui pointed the camera at Lu Qing and Yan Zhika dodged to the side. All right. Lu Qing was a veteran who had been through hundreds of battles, so he wasn't scared at all. Xu Rui smiled and said, Be normal. Just like how you greeted me just now. Hey, Lu Cheng, you're early. It's late. Reporter Shu, you're all here. Lu Cheng made a joke. You're in a good mood. You feel relaxed and full of motivation. Do you have a goal for this year's National University Martial Arts Competition? Shu Rui asked with a smile. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good driver. Lu Cheng answered humorously. Got it. I won't delay your special training. Bye. Shu Rui waved her hand. Bye. Lu Cheng walked to the team and greeted Kai Zongming, Li Mao, Guo Qing, Sun Jian, Lin Hua, Jiang Fusheng, Li Xiaowen, and Wu Meng. Yen Zhika was stopped by Shu Rui and had to stop. Student Yen, you're a real beauty. You don't have to worry about going on camera without makeup or Photoshop. Shu Rui conducted the interview with a relaxed attitude. I'm not worried about that. Yen Zhika blinked her eyes and answered innocently. Shu Rui smiled and said, You rarely accept interviews before, so it's inevitable that I have an illusion. I was a substitute at that time. There was no need for me to be in the limelight. Yen Zhika said naturally. As a substitute, have you prepared for this year's National University Martial Arts Competition? Shu Rui went back to the topic. Yen Zhika's eyes lit up and said, Yes, but there's still a long way to go. I hope I can be close to the level of a professional ninth pin before the district competition. She wasn't modest or exaggerating. Wow, that's great. I'm so envious. Shu Rui made a gesture and said, Student Yen, you can do it. Thank you. Yen Zhika bowed politely and walked toward the team with her graceful back. At this moment, Lin Kei walked out of the locker room, looking clean and fresh. Shu Rui signaled the cameraman to follow him and walked up to him with a nervous smile. Hi, Student Lin Quebec, she hoped he was in a good mood today. It's you again. Lin Kei glanced at her. What did he mean by again? Shu Rui's mouth twitched. Was he mocking her for being a reporter for more than a year? Was he still interviewing Songqing University Martial Arts Club? But it was rare to be promoted after working for more than a year, especially when she ignored some of the leader's hints. She curved her lips and said with a fake smile, Yes, it's me again. I'm just a reporter who has to support my family. I have to follow the leader's orders, so I can only come here obediently. Good luck. Lin Kei replied with 2 words without any expression and walked past the camera without stopping. Good luck. Who was interviewing who? Shu Rui was stunned for a moment. This guy never played by the rules. A few minutes later, Geezer Shi arrived and pointed the camera at everyone. We've known each other for almost a year. Let's cut the crap and get to the point. Geezer Shi drank a mouthful of wine. This semester, we only have one goal, which is to qualify for the University Martial Arts Club division and get a pass to the final round of the competition in the capital in April next year. Then he coughed and glanced at Lu Cheng. And for this goal, I've prepared an internal training method for you. Internal training method? Li Mao blurted out, surprised and happy. Kai Zongming was also stunned. He looked at Lu Cheng and Guo Qing with disbelief written all over his face. Internal training methods were priceless. There were only 3 ways to get an internal training method without entering a relevant sect or excellent martial arts school. The first was to participate in professional competitions and get it from the rewards. The second was to make a contribution and get it from the government. The third was to accumulate contribution points and exchange it from the Martial Arts Association. Most of the methods in the market were fake. The government and martial arts circle were suppressing the merchants who could spread the internal training method widely in order to maintain their own interests. In other words, if a martial artist without an inheritance got an internal training method, he could use it to teach his disciples. If he was short of money, he could sell it to anyone. But if he wanted to sell it to 2, 3, or 4 people, he would be warned. It was a continuation of the bad practice of martial arts. From the time Chu Weikai opened his martial arts school until now, he hadn't been able to get an internal training method for so many years. Of course, this was only difficult for ordinary martial artists. After Li Mao succeeded in meditation, he felt that he could really get a professional 9th pin certificate within a year. At that time, he would be in his senior year and would have an advantage in finding a job. Occasionally, he would fantasize about getting an internal training method from the martial arts club. In that case, he might be able to become a professional 9th pin in half a year or a few months. Then he could get a few more methods and open a martial arts school in his small hometown. However, he just thought about it and didn't think it would really happen. But now, in front of his eyes, the internal training method was really in front of him. How could he not be excited? How could he not be ecstatic? He wanted to cheer and shout, "Long live Coach Shi!" He was like that, and so was Kai Zhongming. Although Talker came from a good family, he didn't have many connections in martial arts. After he succeeded in meditation, he tried to get an internal training method, but he failed miserably. He wanted to talk to Cheng after school started and see if he had any connections. With the internal training method at this age, I might be able to walk the path of martial arts and make my own life. Sun Jian, Lin Hua, Wu Meng, Li Xiaowen, and the others were also very happy. Although they didn't succeed in meditation and couldn't practice the most essential part of the internal training method, just the rest of the content could save them a lot of time and effort. For example, Li Xiaowen, who used to only aim at the level of amateur 3rd pin by graduation and get a good certificate, now she could look forward to getting the amateur 1st pin in her 4th year. In this way, her future life might be completely different. What? You don't want it? Geezer sure made a joke. Yes. Li Mao, Kai Zhongming, and the others answered in unison. They were excited and beaming. Seeing their reaction, Lu Cheng and Yan Zhike looked at each other and felt a strong sense of achievement and satisfaction. Although they didn't know that the internal training method was provided by them and they thanked their master, why did they feel so happy? Ha 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 ha, maybe this is the spiritual enjoyment of doing a good deed without leaving a name? Shu Rui watched with great interest and asked the cameraman to record the situation just now. In the following daily training, they recorded a lot of videos and went outside to shoot a lot of environmental materials. Then they came back in and prepared to leave. At this time, Geezer Shi announced the start of the practice. According to the usual grouping, Lu Qing found Yan Zhike. When he was about to talk about the recording of the program, he saw Lin Ke come over with no expression. He said with gloomy eyes, "Let's learn from each other." There seemed to be 2 flames in the depths of his eyes, flames ignited by a strong desire to fight. Lu Qing thought that with the arrogance of his brother-in-law, he might take the initiative to learn from him. He was not surprised and answered with a smile, "Okay." Chapter 302. Shu Rui, who was about to retreat, saw the scene and heard the conversation between the two. Her eyes lit up. Breaking news. Breaking news. A direct confrontation between 2 heavenly sons. Who's stronger and who's weaker on the first day of the special training? Is the competition in Songqing University Martial Arts Club always so exciting? She stopped in her tracks and became excited. Her eyes shone as she signaled to the cameraman to find a better position and grab the golden spot next to the ring. At this moment, Geezer Shi turned around and said, "Miss Shu, aren't you leaving?" Shu Rui pretended not to understand what the other party was implying. She pitifully acted cute and said, "Take another picture, take another picture." That won't do. The competition later involves the secret of our martial arts club's preparation. We have to clear the venue. Geezer Shi was well informed and didn't get confused. He smiled and went straight to the point. Shu Rui pretended to be wronged and said, "Coach Shi, we're not outsiders. Not only the local TV station, but we've also interviewed you many times. We'll keep it a secret and won't spread the news. Before the program is broadcast, we'll ask you to go through it and see if there's anything that shouldn't be shown. No, no. Shi Zhengwo smiled and shook his head. We'll sign a guarantee. Shu Rui raised her arm. Geezer Shi was unmoved. Go out and leave some suspense for the program. Okay. Feeling the firm will of this mighty one with physical invulnerability, Shu Rui replied dejectedly and led the cameraman out of the door. She walked 3 times in one step and almost stepped all the ants on the ground. Just as she walked out of the stadium, she heard hurried footsteps behind her. She was delighted and thought that Coach Shi had changed his mind. If you don't forget, there will be an echo. Shu Rui turned her head and saw Kai Zhongming. She smiled and said, New president, why are you following me? Kai Zhongming looked at her with appreciation and spread his hands helplessly. Lock the door. Lock the door. Shu Rui stared blankly at him. She watched the door close inch by inch in front of her. She heard a clang and the sound of the lock cylinder being buckled. The wind blew and her hair rose and fell. After a long time, she turned around and greeted the cameraman and the others. She said in a languid tone, Let's go. Shu, don't worry about it. This kind of thing is very common. Who would let an outsider film an internal competition? Isn't this leaking military secrets? The beauty frowned. The cameraman wasn't heartless and couldn't help but comfort her. I understand. Shu Rui regained her vitality and narrowed her eyes with a smile. It's just that I don't know if I should say a curse word. Wu Meng and Jiang Fushan cooperated with Li Xiaowen to invite all the students who were doing fitness exercises in the gymnasium to the strength training gymnasium. They asked them to stay inside for the time being and use the equipment to kill time. They went outside and surrounded the ring, waiting for the start of the competition with great interest. This seemed to have become a tradition in the martial arts club, right? The first day of the special training last term was also the duel between Lin Ke and Lu Cheng. That time, Lin Ke won, but Lu Cheng grew stronger at an incredible speed. He even won the championship of their provincial youth tournament and was considered to have the strength of a 7th pin fighter. This time, who would be better than him? They didn't think that Lin Ke had a 100% chance of winning. After all, Lin Ke had entered the Dan stage in June. After 3 months of hard work, it was hard for outsiders to predict his current level. Who knew how far he had progressed? Yan Zhika, on the other hand, knew about both sides. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she swallowed the words back into her stomach. This kind of thing should be solved by themselves. This was the purity of a martial artist. No matter how close they were, others shouldn't interfere. Based on her understanding of Lu Cheng and Lin Ke, she was sure that they would go all out in the competition, regardless of other factors. Lu Cheng smiled at his girlfriend and stepped into the ring. He was actually very curious about how much his brother-in-law had improved in the past 2 months. The practice method of the Dan stage. The corresponding moves. He seemed to be an official disciple of Shushan study. It was said that he had the ability to observe the fighting sect. It's a pity that I've only been exposed to similar martial arts since this morning and haven't had time to make any progress. I've only skipped the most difficult part because I can use my supernatural ability to replace it. I've mastered it pretty quickly. Lu Cheng's thoughts were running wild as he stood on the left side of his master. Showing his strongest side was the only way to show respect to his brother-in-law. Lin Ke was already waiting there. His eyes were indifferent and burning, which was quite contradictory. If it's just a competition, there's no time to talk. Geezer Shi coughed. Let's start. As soon as he finished his words, Lin Ke's qi and blood gathered and released. His whole body was like a cannonball, blasting towards his opponent. His speed was so fast that Lu Cheng almost had the illusion that his brother-in-law was breaking the sound barrier. Bang! The explosion of the airflow and Lin Ke's figure almost arrived at the same time. Lu Cheng didn't have time to dodge, nor did he have time to use severe warning. He lowered his center of gravity, gathered all the strength in his body, and expanded his muscles and fascia. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and threw out a right fist from his waist. Let's see which is better, my Dan stage version of 24 Blizzard Strikes or your Dan stage Yin Yang twist. Just as the two of them were about to collide into each other and create a car accident, Lin K suddenly stopped. A loud grinding sound came from under his feet, and his right arm swelled up. He clenched his fist and punched out. It was so fast that it left afterimages behind. But this punch didn't stop Lu Cheng's attack. Instead, it hit the empty space between them. Boom! With Lin K's punch as the starting point, it was like a small bomb had been detonated. The shockwave wrapped in the airflow rushed towards Lu Cheng violently, trying to tear his body apart. Punching like exploding a mountain. The 27th move of the fighting sect, Meteor Burst. Lu Cheng was shocked. He pulled and released his right fist and his left arm bounced up, opening his 5 fingers and blocking the vital part of his face. He swayed back in the wind of the shockwave, cleverly releasing the force to resist. After the first move, Lin K made 2 consecutive bursts. He supported himself with his right leg and stepped forward with his left foot, as if plowing the ground. Bang! The ground he stepped on was intact. But under Lu Cheng's feet, the surface of the ring cracked like a volcanic eruption. The fragments turned into hidden weapons and shot up. The 16th move of the fighting sect, ground cracking. Lu Cheng was swaying to resist the shockwave. Suddenly, he lost his center of gravity and was facing many flying fragments that could hurt him. At the critical moment, he bent his thigh and breathed heavily. He first did the Dan concentration to soften his muscles and remove most of the power of the hidden weapons. Then he completed the explosion, expanding his muscles and skin, turning the surface blue and black, and bouncing off the fragments one by one. At this time, Lin K wouldn't just watch him defend. He was already close to him, stretching out his right hand and opening his 5 fingers to grab him. Combo attack. In the fighting sect, if one could make 7 consecutive moves, combining long-range and short-range attacks, it would be a famous physical invulnerability move, the 6th move of the fighting sect, Big Dipper main kill. If one could only make 5, 4, or even 3 consecutive moves, it would be a lower move. Of course, this lower move was only relatively speaking. The effect was equally terrible because there were only 9 moves in the physical invulnerability section of the fighting sect. What Lin K was using now was the elementary version. The 10th move of the fighting sect, Death End. Seeing his brother-in-law's right hand about to grab him and complete the combo attack, Lu Cheng suddenly exhaled. He lowered his right hand, hooked it and shook it. A glittering and translucent white light landed on the ground and rapidly swam towards Lin K, who was pouncing towards him. The 26th move of the Ice Sect, Ice Burning. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.